Present.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
Present.
Counselor Corn Best. Here. Counselor Corn.
Here.
Counselor Halverson. Here. Counselor Sanchez.
Here.
Counselor Moore. Here. Counselor Oropesa.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Pass. You really want to call it again, then maybe I'll be back. Okay, we've got a quorum today, so that's good. If you would all rise for a minute. And today being today what it is, do we have anybody anybody who is a veteran, please raise your hand and tell us what branch of the service you served in. Yes, sir. Pardon?
Air Force.
Air Force?
Army.
Army? Army?
Army.
Army?
Air Force.
Air Force.
Coast Guard.
Well, a Coast Guard, that's good. Well, that's good. Before we start our pledge, I think we should take note for the members of our armed services that fought so we could have a Constitution and live by a Constitution that is as great as it is, because without them we wouldn't have the thoughts and the process to have a country like we have today without the members of our armed services. So I would, when you say your prayers and stuff, please pray for the members of our veterans and our members of our armed services, and pray for those in our country to save our Constitution, because that gives us more freedom than anything else. And those guys did an awful lot to earn it for us. So if we could have Councilman Perry, I hope you would do us an invocation, and we'll do the pledge by Councilman Oropesa.
Most gracious Heavenly Father, we do thank you for this day and this day that you have given to us, and we rejoice and we're glad in it. Lord, we're thankful for every individual man and woman who made the choice to serve this nation. We're thankful for those during time of war and during time of peace that were ready to step forward. Lord, many of their comrades did not get to make it back home. And Lord, let us recognize that our freedoms are not free. It cost many people a great, great price. And Lord, we're thankful for those that did be able to come back to us, Lord, and those that are even here tonight, Lord. And we're thankful for those that continue to serve us even now. Watch and protect and guide them, we pray. Lord, I pray that you would be with the council tonight, Lord, as we make decisions, that they would be wise. Lord, that you would guard our eyes, our ears, our mouths, Lord, that we would give you honor and glory through all that is done. A house divided cannot stand. And Lord, we need to do what is best for the city of Roswell. And Lord, I pray that you give us that wisdom tonight. We ask all these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Mr. Mayor, as a proud veteran, I want to say I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, it's good to see everybody here. It's nice to have our treasurer here. She's been going through a few bouts of maybe RSV or something, but so everybody be careful. Watch your kids on that. That's an epidemic that's going all around the country, and all our hospitals are full. So keep your kids home and without seeing other kids for a while. It really is kind of a critical problem in our country right now. Okay, so next we have for item 1, we have for the approval of the agenda. Councilman Perry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just need a clarification before I make this motion. I'm not looking for conversation, just a clarification. I only get my city emails on this one city device here, and I have to be connected to Wi-Fi to get it. So my understanding was late this afternoon about a new second amended. So I just need to understand and clarify, the OMA does allow for us to do that and not be within the 72-hour requirement.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. The OMA, the way the OMA requirements work is there must be, for any action item, it must be posted on the agenda 72 hours ahead of time. Non-action items are allowed, but kind of frowned upon. And removing an item doesn't actually affect the OMA because the OMA prohibits actions without notice. So this is a lack of action without notice.
Okay, that's all I needed for clarification. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the agenda with the second amended agenda with also the following changes as well. For number 14, Resolution 22-65, condemnations, to be moved into regular items 18A, and then 18B will be the request to approve Resolution 2266. The other change would be, and I'm not sure who requested that one, someone has requested that one come off, the one I just mentioned, 14, to go into regular. The other one that's been requested is item number 12 on the air cell agreement. So I felt the best place for that would be 17B. 17A would be the appointment, and then 17A would be the appointment, 17B would be number 12 presently, to include also the minutes and the other items that we have under resolutions and ordinances in the agenda.
Is there any objection, Councilman? Or President? Or, excuse me, Arnold?
No.
Okay.
We need a second.
Taking off which one? I only go to 27. Oh,
I'll second.
you want to object to taking those off? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make some clarifications? I have made a motion. I'm going to repeat that very quickly. And my understanding is Councilor Arnold has seconded my motion. That motion was to accept the second amended
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yeah.
agenda with the following changes of number 12 now becoming item number 17B. Number 17 would be 17A, and then item number 14 would become 18A, and the regular 18 would become 18B.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and one objection, so are there any other objections? Or do you want to call the roll on this?
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Heldenbrand?
Yes.
Second Amendment.
Counselor Best? No. Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Sanchez.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-1. The approval of the second agenda.
Okay. Okay, next, we have a motion to approval of the consent agenda on item 2 for the consent agenda for the Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda, which now would include all but number 12 and number 14 to include the minutes.
Second.
Yeah,
I said the minutes, yes, sir.
yeah,
Okay, sure, absolutely.
Counselor Clerk, can you speak into your mic, please?
Might help if I turned it on. You're recording it. I don't want to be recorded. I mean, it's a simple solution. Just turn the mic off. There's one minor correction I would propose. 143 is the page. Actually, it's on 145 under the caption Roswell Lease. It appears that we're missing the A in the second line. ABEX, it's in the first line, but it's missing in the second line. Just a little typo, not a big deal.
So, Mr. Mayor, the approval of the stands with any Scribner errors to be corrected in the minutes.
okay. Is there any objection to the corrections in the minutes?
No, Mr. Mayor, but I would like to ask a question, if we could.
Yes, Councilman or President?
Just to give the public the opportunity, if they signed up for any items that are left on the consent agenda, if we have anybody that signed up.
I didn't get a list of the,
Before we take the vote. The indication is no, so I guess we can continue.
nothing okay between. Yeah, thank you. 26 and 24, okay? Okay, we have a motion to approve the approval of the consent agenda, item number 2, by Councilman Perry, seconded by Councilman Corn. No, Councilman Arnold seconded it. Okay, Clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Foster?
Aye.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
Counselor Best? Yes. Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Sanchez.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Approval of the agenda passes 10-0.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll go to item 3, Mr. Kunkel for the Airport Advisory Commission updates.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I appreciate again the opportunity to present information, reference our Tuesday afternoon meeting at the Airport Advisory Commission. But the first thing I'd like to do is thank the mayor and anyone else involved in. I'd like to welcome Jennifer Brady, who is the interim airport manager. I've already had 2 or 3 phone calls from tenants out there that are extremely pleased that Jennifer's back in charge. And I think that will serve the city extremely well in the future. as long as we can have her out there. She did indicate that she didn't want to stay there forever, that she wanted to go back to being retired. So we'll work on that. First item of business is the Roswell Air Center marketing efforts by the city, and I wanted to just briefly update you. Juanita Jennings came to our meeting and provided quite a bit of information. I want to just summarize some of those things. Passenger boardings are at a low of 2,765 in February of this year to a high of 5,872 in July. It has been above 5,400 boardings per month over the last 4 months, June through September. Average for the year is 4605 per month. So we're on an upswing on boardings out at the Air Center. The Air Center has encouraged Ms. Jennings to target advertising over the next year to hopefully increase boardings at the RAC. Item number 2, airport operations, which are basically landings at the Air Center, have been reasonably consistent from a low of 2,198 in January to 2,773 in July, with an average of 2,401 operations or landings per month. Aircraft parking fees have been on a downward trend from $726,000 in January to $82,000 in September. This trend is expected to continue as more aircraft are put back into service throughout the United States. Monthly lease revenue has been somewhat inconsistent due to timing of payments and catching up by tenants that didn't have signed leases. The low income was in February at $151,000. The high income was September at $206,000, with an average monthly income of $193,000. Total for the year is $1,742,000 for lease income. Airport staff, specifically Jenna Landfair, has made good strides to reduce the number of expired leases. The Airport Advisory Commission meeting that we held on Tuesday was the first meeting that the commission provided direct input to the city staff on specific property leases. After discussion on each lease with some changes, it was agreed to have city staff attempt to reach agreement with 6 of the 7 tenants. If the leases are acceptable to the tenants, they would be provided to legal committee to move on to city council consideration in December. The 7th lease required additional information before possible approval by the commission. Item number 6, the Roswell Air Center Director and Deputy Director recruiting updates were discussed. One of the options discussed was to provide a list of airport management service providers to the Airport Advisory Commission, or a new committee if the Joint Powers Agreement becomes effective. This list of possible service providers could potentially be a starting point for professional management of the Air Center that would likely include specific performance criteria in the contract. Item number 7, the BLM tanker base project was discussed by Armstrong Engineering. This included a high-level overview of possible runway/ramp improvements to reduce aircraft congestion between BLM, especially during the fire season, and AirSail. Next step is to get buy-in from all parties involved and attempt to identify funding improvements. funding to make the improvements. The approximate cost per Armstrong to make these improvements is $5 million plus. Item number 8, the rub hanger site review of 4 possible sites provided by Armstrong Engineering. One site was not viable and was dismissed, and one site where a crunch pad has previously been located was proposed. Armstrong will bring back additional information and aerial location maps to the next Airport Advisory Commission meeting for our decision, hopefully in December. Last item, discussion was held on additional parking being developed close to the terminal at the RAC. The current plan per Armstrong Engineering develops additional parking area just west of the terminal building. There is a $2 million plus grant with funding in the city coffers to use in development of this new parking area. This will be discussed in more detail at our December commission meeting. However, an RFP should be out for construction bids on this project within the next 2 weeks. The commission did receive a letter expressing interest by a local business firm to possibly assist the city with additional parking area on a cooperative basis. This will also be further discussed at our December meeting. I stand for any questions.
Anyone have any questions of Councilman Best?
Yes, my question is, you want to do a management company to manage the whole airport, but yet you're asking the county to join in this consolidation. What is the county going to bring to this? If the city of Roswell's hiring a management group to do this, why are we including the county? What is the purpose of bringing them in? Are they going to pay kind of like the communications 60-40? What are they going to do?
That's several different questions. Let me start with an answer to the overall question. First of all, the commission has not made any decision at all to bring in a management firm. And maybe I didn't speak clearly, but if the city and the county get together, and if that becomes a viable way to conduct business, then obviously the city and the county have to work together on how that's going to happen, because there'll be city people and county people on a new board that will be formed.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Councilman Perry.
But I may have very well misunderstood, but I just want to just make sure we all understand under our current resolution and even under the second one here, depending on if it's passed tonight or not, that any commission and all would bring information back. We don't direct staff through commissions or through boards. I just wanted to make sure and just make that clarification.
Okay.
And I may have misunderstood that, but just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay, is that in reference to the information that we're trying to gather to possibly have a service entity provide management services? Is that what your question's about?
No, I had, and there again, I said I may have misunderstood, but I thought I understood you to say that y'all would direct or advise staff, were directing or advising staff, and I know that's not what you meant. I just want to make sure to make that clarification, unless maybe I did understand it correctly.
I couldn't tell you whether I said direct or advise. I know we have, you can ask the staff, we have discussions multiple times a week.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any additional questions?
Any questions of Mr. Kunkel? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your time you're putting in and that of your committee.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a warehouse inventory purchasing authorization, a monthly report from Mr. Glenn. Winter's here. He's wearing pants.
I have to wear pants now, sorry. This is the monthly report that you guys had requested. I just wanted to make sure that it includes all of the information that you want from that authorization that you so graciously gave us. And if so, we'll just have this as a written report for you once a month, and unless you have questions, we'll just let it go as a written report.
Questions of Mr. Glenn? Councilman Corn.
I asked Mr. Glenn for an inventory of the stuff we've got in the warehouse. And they've got a new program. It's, I don't think, 100% functional yet, but they're working on it. And I was pleasantly surprised by the detail that was contained in that report. He brought me, I'm a little upset with him because he brought me like a 700 or 800 page report, and he said there's a test at the end of the meeting, and I didn't do very good on the test. But it's a pretty nice addition to the way the city of Roswell does business. It automatically sends it out to whichever department needed the widget, and it's automatically pulled out of their budget line item. It's a pretty good program, and I'm impressed with it. And when they finally get it all up and running, I think I'll be really happy with it. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Glenn?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glenn. Okay, so now we've gone through the consent items, 5, 6, on public participation. I probably should go there first. There are 2 people that have signed up for public participation. If they would like to speak now, or they can wait until the item comes up. I have Ms. Ann Edwards for item number 26 and Mr. Bruce Courtney for item 24. And I guess you can either speak now and then leave, or you can speak now and then wait till your time's up, and would probably give you another chance if any other testimony came up during the hearing. Or you can wait till the time the item comes up, whatever you choose. Anybody else care to speak? Okay, yes, ma'am.
I would like to go ahead
Okay.
and do this, just in case this meeting runs long. I'm Anna Edwards, 1212 West 7th in Roswell, and I'm here to speak to you briefly about item 26 and the importance of adding kennel staff to the Roswell Animal Shelter. I'm also a part of Support Roswell Animals, and this message came to us in the last couple of days regarding incidents at the shelter and why it is so important to have more staff down there. This came from a citizen, and it says, on Saturday, November 5th, about 10:30 a.m., my husband and I went to the animal shelter. We waited for about 10 minutes until someone came to attend us. This guy came out with coffee and donuts. He asked us what we wanted. We stated we were there looking into adopting a dog. The guy asked us if we had a dog ID. We said no, and did not know what that was. We wanted to look at the dogs. He didn't give us no explanation, really, and said they were short-staffed and no one could walk us around. So we asked, what did the guy look like? Did he give you any further information, like where you could find an ID, perhaps? Are you from town, in town, or out of town? The response was he was tall, skinny, white, and had glasses. No real information told us to go back on Monday. He said they were open till 4:45. Unfortunately, we said that we don't get out of work until almost 5, so we can't go during the week. That's why we decided to go on the weekend. We had stated that as well, and he still told us, well, come back during the week. We live in Roswell, and he wanted to look at dogs and ask about certain dogs due to the fact that we have 2 kids. Citizens should be welcomed into the shelter, not treated as an inmate with, what do you want? Okay, where's the training on this? Adoptions are down, reclaims are down, and it's left to overworked kennel staff to walk people through the kennels. We understand this policy, and it's just not right. We have 1 or 2 kennel workers to feed and care for and clean up over 150 animals. So it is extremely important that these kennels staff be increased. We also wonder why someone enjoying coffee and donuts could not have walked the citizen through the staff and get an adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards, and I know this is an issue. You've been very involved in this, and thank you for caring about the animals. Yes, we have Councilman Best. Council Lady Best.
Yes, I hope to make it through this. I'm sorry, I have a partially collapsed lung. No, due to the city or anything like that. Anyway, I think that our constituents, after they read the article in the newspaper, need to know what has happened to our city manager. I think it is a shame, and what I have to say is not going to be liked. Excuse me. He has resigned, and I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but he has resigned effective February 22nd. So this is what I wrote today as I thought about this and got more mad and more frustrated. And bear with me, please. What this new administration is doing what this new administration is doing is strictly a power play. Political rhetoric. Definition of rhetoric. The use of words that include half-truths, untruths, to purposely cause an emotional, negative reaction, emphasizing differences to an extreme created bias, bigotry, and unrest. The public has no clue how this community is being torn apart from the inside out. They forced the city manager resignation was not a business decision for the citizens or the well-being of Roswell. There has been no effort from Tim, the mayor, meeting or communicating with Mr. Nebb. Also includes bullying out our professional attorney and previous city clerk. Tim chose to remove Mr. Nebb and others before he was even voted in, before even knowing the working inside of the city and how well it has been run for the last 5.5 years. He actually promised this list to his constituents. This was the main ticket that he ran on. He is a professional politician. Some others running for the office in the same election added names to that list. Bullies are supposedly looked down upon, but this is just a new reality, the way it is here in the city. Bullies are a common, everyday event at the city hall and beyond. I don't mind change. I welcome it. I have proven for 10-plus years. But it is a team effort. All elected officials were involved in previous years, even including Mr. Oropesa. Even though he may not have liked the direction the city was going, he was included in the conversations. Some of us are not. We knew that was the goal as a council. There is no goal today, even though it has been asked time and time again what the goal is. 40 years of crying, jobs, is not the answer. There needs to be a goal to get to the jobs. This list of removing professional employees from a well-run business is completely unheard of. It would be the equivalent to putting dynamite in the foundation of a 20-story building. The devastation would reach throughout the city. This unproductive destruction is falling on the citizens and the city. Thank you.
Councilman Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping that we wouldn't have this conversation, but since my name got brought up, I just can't help but address it. I don't know how many of the public, Councilor Bess makes a lot of allegations, but she doesn't seem to provide the proof for the allegations. And I speak out because I was one counselor that was affected by her allegations at one point. They all turned out to be false. And I don't want to discuss specifically the situation with Mr. Neb, because I don't know all the details. But I don't think, my personal opinion is he wasn't forced to make that resignation. He did it voluntarily, as far as I understand. I don't think Mayor Jennings decided that when he came on board, he was going to fire certain individuals. At least that's not what I've heard during his campaign. But to sit up here and make allegations without proof is irresponsible, in my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Best.
You have someone on the phone that wants to speak, and it's public participation. So you do have someone on the phone, if I remember right.
That is correct, Mayor.
Oh, okay, well, I didn't see it. Can they identify themselves, or?
It's Margaret Kennard.
Thank you. I am here. I didn't know if I was going to get to speak. Last I heard, the items that I wanted to speak about were on the agenda. And then in listening, I found out they were removed. So, yes, I was a prior counselor. I just was very disappointed to find out that the removal of the city manager was on the agenda back in July, and again this month. I'm very disappointed because I feel like for the city. He is very qualified. He has he's been good to many organizations in the city. And I don't agree with Mr. Oropesa because there were several people that supported the mayor's campaign who stated that Joe and Juanita needed to go. And I'm not making that stuff up. You can find it on Facebook. It still exists there. So I don't necessarily agree. I believe this is a witch hunt. I believe I'm sad to hear all of these things. I'm no longer privy to the information that I used to have available to me as a counselor. But I believe that Joe is worth fighting for. I don't believe that he's been treated fairly. And I think that it sets a bad precedent for no transparency in the city. Just as the previous speaker, Anna Edwards, stated, the city should know, the citizens of Roswell should know what's going on. And I don't agree by what Councilor Oropesa said, is that it shouldn't be discussed. I think it should be discussed. And I say shame on you for trying to brush it under the rug. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would care to speak? Anybody else on the phone? Okay, okay, I would just have one comment. You know, under the Constitution, everybody in this room is entitled, and everybody in this city and country is entitled to their opinions. I'm going to tell you, any decisions I make will be in the best interest of our city, our finances of our city, and the management of our city. And that goes all the way through that. I will make a statement at another date, but today I have agreed to change and allow some things to happen. And something that I didn't really want to do in order to try to put this behind us and go forward. I gave an awful lot, in my opinion, of what I think, where my personal beliefs are. And I will leave it at that. I will have a statement later about the health and why some of my actions have happened. I have no problem with that. I'm here because I think our city needed a different direction. I believe that. I have not changed, nor I will change when I see the ship is turned and we have a financially sound city. And that's where I come from. That's my public 2 cents worth. And I thoroughly anticipate, I appreciate all the views of the other councilmen. That's fine. And I'm glad to hear it. I don't know that I had anything to do with the clerk that left, but that's whichever way you want to see it. So that's fine. Okay. Next. And yes, so, and Ms. Edwards, thank you. Mr. Gortney, would you like to speak now, or would you like to stay and wait till your item's up? Now, that'd be fine, Mr. Gortney. Item 24.
I'm Bruce Courtney, representing J&G Electric from 512 South Main. I'm here to speak in reference to the Alameda plats that you're fixing to look at this afternoon. We became aware of this roughly 2 weeks ago, that this is even on the agenda coming up for a vote after it cleared legal. It kind of surprised me because I live in that area. We've actually been located almost that location for almost 50 years. We've got a pretty good batch of employees, and we've been involved. I was born and raised all probably within a half a mile of that site, and I've lived there basically my whole life, or worked here, one or the other. And I just don't know in my mind that that's the best project to put in that area. I can probably name 40 other locations in Roswell I think would work just as well for a housing project. I have nothing against the project they're promoting. It looks like a nice little project to me. I was shocked at the $17 million price tag, I still haven't got a feel on that for 70,000 square foot, but maybe I'm misreading what I saw in the paper on that. But regardless, we think, myself and the people I know in this little vicinity around this site, that this would really be more of a detriment, as it's going to add a lot more population to a very crowded area already. I spoke at the last meeting. We had a little forum here on Monday night on it about how many people we have just on foot traffic in that area, along with the traffic that we generate ourselves is pretty substantial. We can see, you know, an accident coming many times, and we're frequently just barely avoided. And we would like to propose an idea that I think would help that environment, the whole area that we live in immensely, as well as eliminate some of the hazards here. And I'm not sure if it's queued up. We can show you that little PowerPoint on it, but
If you'll give me a second, we can
Okay.
get to it.
we can go over that at the same time and kind of show you an option of what we would like to maybe see put in there. You know, granted, I'm sure it's not going to generate the same revenue that this new other property that you're going to are looking at for the Alameda Flats, but I don't know what they couldn't go in possibly another, you know, at least another 40 different locations in Roswell that are already maybe growing in residential areas, rather than trying to stuff it right in the middle of an older area that's already got enough problems with a lot of people and environment. Well, here I'll kind of go through my little PowerPoint there for you. It's going to be kind of brief. We just, like I said, just barely thrown this together. We might go ahead and go to that next slide. That'll be, you can kind of see our current location. I'm sure if you can see those or not. Or do y'all have copies of that, or?
Yeah, we have them up
You
here
have
on,
them, okay. You know, you can see where our main buildings at 512 South Main is building number 1 for us. We've built several other buildings over the last 40 years as we've grown in that area. 2 and 3 are warehouses. And we don't need the entire property, but the first section we'd like to have, which would be the next slide, we would like to build maybe a covered parking area there that we could have a secured area that we could park. We could put all of our employees could park there in the day. There's still quite a bit of drugs dealt in our neighborhood. We do have quite a bit of vandalism. We do have quite a few homeless people there too. So we think we clean this place up and put a nice little secure area there with a little greenscape around it. It is just as a whole, it kind of enhances the whole area. And that would be our initial assessment of the property. That takes care of about a third on the east side. And depending on if you were to let me buy the property from you and buy the rest of the property as well, we would probably go on to, you can go to the next slide there, some other ideas we have. As far as just mainly additional some landscaping and some, I'll go ahead and go to that next shot there, and I can give you just like a proposal here of what we think would work better for our neighborhood. And aside from our parking area, we really think there's a need in here for the young people we have. And we would like to see maybe put some basketball courts in that area, and we'd be glad to build them if that's what it takes to get them in that area. I know a lit basketball court in Roswell is something that you never see or hear, but we have a lot of kids as soon this time of year, 5:30 when it's dark, there's absolutely nothing for them to do unless they want to get transported clear across town to our rec center over where it's at now. It gets very limited what they have access to. And probably for the last 50 years, we've had the Yucca Elementary there with basketball courts and, you know, meeting places and just all kinds of activities there every night. And now that's been lost. Now we've got all these people wandering around down there at night. If you can go there now, you'll find no less than 10 people there within sight distance of our building, and they're just wandering around because there's absolutely nothing for them to do. We think a little lit area behind them would be great. And this phase 2 we're looking at is just one option. That next slide over is just some other ideas or some stuff. The print's kind of small to read, but anyway, maybe a small building. You look at phase 3, you can see there, we lost that when the Yucca Center was torn down. There's a few places you can rent kind of reasonable, but it's very few. Most of them are affiliated with some sort of nonprofit that may or may not want to rent to you. but Roswell's been starving for that. You know, we've had convention center, you can rent a portion of it, but seriously, the rates are extremely high, and it's really hard to have a small meeting or a club down here. You know, we would like to possibly build a small facility there, maybe reutilize some more of that parking lot, and let people have a place they can rent for $200 rather than having to come up with $500 or $1,000 or have to go out to the fairgrounds, you know, or rent a big old cold, dirty floored warehouse. You know, we just think there's a lot better purposes for it. Like I say, in my mind, it came to us awful late. If I'd have known that something's coming, you already making action and moving on something, we'd have probably come something a lot earlier. But I can seriously find, you know, even probably within a half a square mile of here, probably find you 10 other locations that are equally as good for the same urban subdivision that, you know, to me would be a lot better fit. They're not already so densely populated as we are, but add another 50 families for how many people that comes, and the cars and the traffic with it. To me, it's just going to be a big burden on us. I don't see it as being an asset to us. Like I say, if the 17 million number is right, they can put in the tax rolls, I can see us wanting to build it. I'm 100% in favor of that. But I just don't think that this has to be the location. I know you're going to feel a lot of pressure tonight because they've got a sense of urgency to get it before the finance board, I believe, in mid-January. But, you know, we do have another meeting beyond tonight. I assume we'll have one in December. And I don't know, well, a person can take a little time and maybe look for a little feedback on some other locations, maybe find them another spot. You know, I wouldn't be here this late in the game, except that we're just so late hearing about it. But trust me, if I'd heard about this 6 months ago, we'd have been down here then. And I could have brought, you know, we can bring a mass of people down here from that neighborhood that do not want it. But, you know, they haven't really seen the project, and they just hear low-income housing, and you know, you get that same image comes to your mind that we're looking at a big HUD housing project, which I've looked at the projects they've proposed, and they look good to me. And the other work they've done elsewhere in the state, they all look good to me. I just don't think it's the best solution for this area or for this particular location. I think we could build something a lot nicer, and I think the people of Roswell would appreciate it a lot more. Well, thank you. Any questions or?
Councilman Orpresa for questions?
Yeah, I think this is appropriate time, not knowing whether you're going to stay for the remainder of the agenda items or not. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you a question that was brought to my attention after Monday's meeting. And that is, you're willing to purchase the lot?
For sure.
Okay.
I would like to have a value of it of some sort, but definitely for what you guys sell just blank land for, I'd be more than happy to pay that for it.
And the additions that you're talking about, phase 2 and phase 3, that's going to be financed by you?
We build these. We build the basketball courts, we build the lights, we set them up and let them use them. I have no problems with that. And if we did build a little building there for a meeting place, I think for us it'd actually be a positive. We could probably make money with it.
So you're not asking anything from the city as
I need
far as
nothing.
this lot is concerned?
Nothing. I really don't.
Okay, thank you.
It's just so close to us, it's hard to find a spot equal to it unless we go, 5 miles away, so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Or?
Thank you, Councilman Best.
Yes, I was going to ask you to stay, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and do the questioning. The man that's come in with this building, I'm not quite sure, apartment building, just came in. I believe you approached this and answered the RFP in 2018. Am I correct?
No.
No, there was no, I was informed it was 2018, but you were interested in it prior, and you'd already made these plans.
No.
No?
We had not. We made a mention to one of the Meredith there with the Parks and Rec or the Planning and Zoning Department probably a year and a half or 2 years ago, if there was a chance of buying that. She told me at the time it was already, they had a whole lot of interest in it, and they were going to be building a lot of nice senior center homes here for a senior center. My thought on the time, knowing what I know about the property, and I didn't go through that tonight, but where they tore down the old Yucca School, they excavated that ground about 12 foot below grade.
Yes.
To put that back and bring the compaction back up, the cost to build on that property would be prohibitive.
So when did you approach asking about the property?
That was about 2 years ago. I asked if it
Okay.
was up for sale, and they said
Okay.
they were looking for development ideas on it and already working with some people on it.
Okay.
That's correct.
So this Tierra Apartments only asked just recently. And as a business person, your choice is very, very wise. As a business person with the city, it would be wise to choose you because we would not have the upkeep, we would not have the irrigation, we would not have the lighting, we would not have the security system. It would be all you.
That's correct.
Plus, it would be very eye-appealing to the folks around there. And if we have to, I'm sure you would fence in the vehicles so they don't have to look at them.
Correct. We would be fencing those, for sure.
That type of deal. And Monday, I wasn't able to be here, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I did watch it later in the evening, and we did have maybe 6 people from the community that were located in that area. One of the gentlemen stood up and said he was going to be the first one to play on your basketball court. So to me, with the Mr. Terra apartments, it's going to be a traffic nightmare. It's going to bring people into that area that we don't have the way to get in there. I don't know anything, I don't know if Matt knows, but I don't know anything about the fire hydrants close. I know Richardson is congested in the 100 block, I think, of that block, which adds to the congestion. I don't think on Main Street there's a turnoff to the west of that area. So to me, your choice is a better choice. And this isn't the appropriate time. I'd have to wait to 24, but I think I agree with you. I think we need to postpone this and take it off the agenda and relook at the issue and take it to infrastructure, is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Perry.
Just a question, if this was to be considered, you would not be looking at, I just want to ensure, I'm just under the opinion that the city owns too much property.
That's true.
And because we have to maintain all that, don't want to be looking at a situation that you were to beautify and make something here and then have a push to then turn that over to the city. As far as, you would be insuring it, the liability with the courts, and you would be maintaining and upkeeping, and you're not looking at just
I'm
building something.
not looking for anything.
Okay.
We would probably be coming to the city looking for a permission to drill a well, as we'd probably transfer some water rights on, just to irrigate the larger part. We have there in phase 3 is a pretty good sized grassed area. That area, I think over the next 30 to 40 years, it would settle, so it would become a buildable property probably in 40 years from now. But at the current, water rates, unless we had maybe a special rate of some sort, otherwise I'd just probably transfer a couple acres or acre feet of water rights over there and probably put a small domestic well in just to water that. I don't think that would be any problem. From what I've spoken to with Chris Cortez, a few people here that do a lot of drilling and water rights in this vicinity, they say they shouldn't be a problem unless for some reason the city wanted to say no. And there I might get in a problem, but then we might have to go to more of a desert landscaping or something, but I would much prefer something green, and I enjoy mowing grass as much as anybody, so.
That's all, Councilman. Council Lady Moore, how are you?
I'm fine. How you doing, Mayor, and Mr. Courtney, Mr. Bruce?
Yes,
I didn't hear you last
it's
time.
easier.
Anyway, and I don't know if this is for the council or whoever, but since you're here, my question is why we heard about this one and the Alameda Flats at the other meeting. Why is this the only one that being considered on the agenda? We heard about both of them. Why? No, you can't answer this.
Okay.
You can't answer this one. I'm sorry, Mr. Bruce. Why is his proposal not on the agenda? Kevin?
Neighbor?
I didn't either.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Alameda Flats is going to be discussed on item 24. So Mr. Guatry signed up for speaking publicly on this item and chose to do it now rather than wait till item 24.
I get that. I understand that. That's
Yeah.
not my question.
Okay.
My question was why we weren't considering his proposal? Why are we only considering Alameda Flats proposal?
Because that was what was brought to me at the time to bring to legal committee meeting. And then at legal committee meeting, we found that there was interest. So at legal committee meeting, what happened was it was asked to get public input before city council and to please have Mr. Bruce produce something for consideration as well, just to let the council know, the full council know, that there was other interest in the property.
I really think it's unfair to Mr. Bruce for us just to be considering if there are some other offers. Why is it on here as a consideration to vote on? If he brought you that information prior to now, because I heard it.
If I knew before legal that he was still interested in the property, then I would have probably been given different direction at that time, but I was not aware.
Can we remove this? I don't know if I asked the mayor, can this be removed to a later date? Can I make a motion that we remove this?
Mr. Mayor,
When we
Madam
get there. I
Councilor.
guess when we get
Yeah,
there,
when
can
we get
we-
there, you could move to table or to.
Because I really think it's unfair to this gentleman right here to
Right.
be out here pleading his case when this case is not even here to be played. He should have been here considered approval of, just like the Alameda Flats. Like I said, because we heard about them both I heard about them both at the same time. I don't know what legal and everybody else heard, but I really think it's unfair, and I think it's a fair thing to give him a chance to put his 2 cents on the paper and for us to be able to, or whoever has to, I don't know if it has to go back to legal, whoever, so that it can be put on here, so it can be discussed fairly in a place where we can judge both of them at the same time.
Yes, ma'am. Typically, whenever there is more than one party that's interested in a property, the correct path to take interest through is an RFP, where we would develop a scope of work, do the public input, figure out the highest and best use of the property, put it out as an RFP, let the selection be made, and then bring the highest and best use for that property that's determined to legal and then through city council. But like I said, I only knew of one offer on the table at the time, that it was presented to legal. Mr. Guatry's presentation or interest in the property came up at legal. So that's why we're here tonight.
Is that all, Councilman?
I'll leave that for now, because I just think it's not right, so I'm going to let it go.
Thank you, Council Lady Best.
Okay, since you said it went on legal, and we usually do an RFP, who took it to legal?
I did. I was told to bring Mr. Crozier's request for the donation of the property to legal.
Okay, did the person that told you to bring it to legal, did they know that the avenue is to an RFP? And if that is not...
When there's a single person involved?
Okay, so this is where I have an issue. So we have all these properties in Roswell. We want builders. They come, they ask about it, which Mr. Gordon did. We didn't put his name down anywhere. We didn't go anywhere with that information. I'm not chewing you on you, Todd.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
sorry. We're not going anywhere with that information. When this other man came and showed interest, we didn't even go in the paper or advertise the RFP. To me, that is wrong. That has left this man in a lurch that has offered to pay for the whole thing. And he's given our citizens in that neighborhood something that the neighborhood wanted when we did public events in 2013, Mike. Is it 13? I can't remember. Way back when, we did probably 4 or 5 public participations where we had, Mr. Orpesa would remember this, we had, Jason might remember, we had the whole neighborhood there participating in this, and they all wanted something similar to what we're looking at right now. So when we get there, we're gonna have fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? I think from what I had heard about this is that, I think Council Lady Best has a lot of that right. I think, when Mr. Gortney came the first time to this city, they told him that that was not zoned appropriately and it was only for housing, was all that it could be used for. There are businesses across the street, diagonally across the street from this on the Richardson side. I would just point out, one of the things I've noticed in that is that all the bridges on Kentucky, Penn, Richardson, and is it Albuquerque? All those bridges are not equipped for any, they're all very, very narrow and old bridges, and they are not equipped for any pedestrian traffic in any way, shape, or form. So any child or anybody else who walks along that river, across that river, has to walk in the street. And it points out, I think, after we looked and saw what the bridge on Lee cost and how long it took, that we need to come up with a plan on how to replace the bridges. Those bridges I know are 80 or 90 years old, maybe 100, on all those streets, and they are not, for today's vehicles and pedestrian standards, they are not anywhere close to adequate. And I don't know where we'll find the money, because I think that other bridge was like $2.5 million on Lee, and the one on Deming in Kentucky has to go across the whole intersection right there at Lee in Kentucky, so that's going to be probably a lot bigger, more expensive bridge. But the other bridges are, I don't know if we can drop in a culvert or something, or a big enough culvert to put a bridge over those in a quicker way, but we need to find a quicker way to do that. But the pedestrian traffic in that whole area is non-existent. So I just, people would look at that. I think one of the things he talked about was, in his last testimony, Mr. Gortney talked about having a neighborhood garden. And that, his well idea would probably go very well towards that. On the water table shouldn't be too deep there. And so you could probably drill a well and run it efficiently to produce the water and and if they had a neighborhood garden to water all those plants and things there, that would be an interesting item. I would just say that I would also, when we look outside this building here, and how many times do we walk outside of this building and we walk into the parking lot, and straight across the street, you have kids sitting there congregating, and they have cars over there, and when the cars take off, you can hear them sounds like they don't have any mufflers or anything, going up the street at about 50 or 60 miles an hour from what they sound like. And that happens an awful lot here. I get a lot of complaints from the neighbors around here because the kids are using our parking lots over here to congregate and then driving extremely fast out of the area and very loud cars. And I would just say, I think that you go over there now, when you leave here tonight, go look, and the lights are all out or been shot out. I don't know, either way, I'll just tell you they're not working over there in that area where they all park. And, I think what Mr. Gortney has here is one thing, is I do believe, I think kids need a place to go. Just to be kids, just to sit and talk to each other, whether it's on the hood of their car or on their tailgate or whatever it is. So I think this has a lot of merit as far as a place for kids to do something. And I would just tell you, when I grew up about 4 blocks from that area as a kid, and of course there were a lot more kids out there now than we had now after the baby boomers, but it's something to look at, I think. If you had a nice area and a place for the kids to congregate and maybe park, you could put something there. I think it would be very beneficial to the neighborhood and enhance it. I understand the other gentleman that in Council Lady Moore's comments about the other gentleman. The reason why is I think that the land was available and the gentleman saw the land, the other gentleman saw the land and put it up, and no one else knew about it being available for sale. And I think that's how this whole mess happened. But he's on a short time frame, and he wanted to have that project done right away so he could go get it up for state approval to get some federal funds to help do his building housing project. And that's the way I think it came out. Next, we have Council Lady Arnold.
So, I think it was like 10 days ago, Mr. Versiglio and I went out neighborhood, door to door to actually present the discussion, or to invite people to the discussion for Monday night. I had a great opportunity to speak with the constituents, and a lot of the feedback was they wanted something that would deter tweakers. While we were actually out and about, Todd and I had several interactions with, and Todd's was actually pretty scary, but considering that it's a private property and you'll have a garden and a place that is attractive to homeless and tweakers, do you have a plan of action for actually protecting your property? I mean, because it's a beautiful concept, but like I said, I think something that actually has people there and interactive will actually deter that kind of thing from those neighborhoods, and that is kind of, they're tired of people just walking straight through there. This is just another area to walk straight through. And I will also add, there's a nicely maintained park on Deming.
Yeah, I think our idea would, we would be fencing a good portion of it. For sure, we'd be fencing the basketball courts. We have courts like over at Missouri Avenue, you have this elevated court, but if you've ever played basketball there, if you miss a goal, it hits on to Deming, then it rolls on down to Lee, and it just keeps going on down the street. It's a problem. If you're gonna have a court or something, we're gonna need to fence those areas. The parking structure would be totally fenced. We'd gate it and probably close it at night, just to, keep people out of the vehicles, the ones that are left there. The other areas, we kind of have to just grow into that. That one sketch we showed there, actually probably the next one on that, actually showed like a little trail. If we went to the garden area, that one area we'd have to fence and probably just have to leave it open. I would use that and probably just furnish the water and the fertilizer for it, and see if we couldn't get some nonprofits that would help harvest it like we do at Christ Church. A few things to give them, food to just anybody. If you do leave it open during the night, from that neighborhood, I can tell you that they will destroy it. But you can put a fence up. We'd put something up, if nothing else, a chain link or a welded wire fence of some sort to limit the traffic through that. Once again, you can't put something up they can tag. It'll be spray painted, before you even get it erected, which we've dealt with that for years. But, we would intend to fence some of that, though a lot of that area we would leave open as far as what we have shows the grass area or park area. And if they walk through there, that's just, I'd rather have them there than walking between two people's houses, At least we can see them there and be a little bit more of a neighborly idea. Wouldn't try to totally fence the facility and, lock everybody out. That kind of defeats the purpose. Same token, whatever we did for lights on the courts, we'd put those on timers. In the summer, after 10 o'clock, it would just shut off so the neighbors don't have to deal with, a lot of balls bouncing and a noisy area there. But we can work all those little details out. But we could set them up like we did on the tennis courts, that at a certain hour they shut off. There's lots of ways to work that. And seriously, we've just barely started on this less than 2 weeks ago. But we're getting a lot of input from a lot of people in the neighborhood, and I think we can build something here if we get the opportunity.
Next, Councilman Perry.
No, sir, I was just going to suggest, just for time's sake, we're not on item 24 yet. If we have any other questions for Bruce, to maybe ask those so that we can move forward into this meeting and then get to the meat of the topic when we get to the actual topic of 24.
Okay, thank you. I only have Councilman Best as the last one on the agenda now.
I just have a quick footnote that I have just, not just discovered, but I had it on my note, that the gentleman that does the Tierra housing has worked with the city, with the city before, and he doesn't have a great record. And I don't want to speak about anybody that can't defend themselves, but he doesn't have a great record on finishing his projects.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Anyone else in the audience care to speak? Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Mr. Gortney. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, okay, we go to, let's see, consent items we're down through. We've done through, so we're now to item 17. Is that right? Okay, item 17, consider the approval of the following appointments by the mayor, and that is for Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve your recommendation for the city clerk as Amalia Martinez.
We have a motion by Councilman Perry, seconded by Councilman Foster. Okay, and are there any further comments? Councilman Perry.
I just have a question. I don't know that I've ever heard anything definite said, but I have heard that we're going to be going to contracts with all appointed officials, and I'm wanting to learn about that and what's happening with that, because that's something that's totally new to me, and I just want to understand what's happening. Mr. Eintema may be the best to answer that.
Mr. Eintema.
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I've already got a draft based upon previous officer contracts that Mr. Matthews and the mayor are looking at presently and negotiating with Ms. Martinez in the event that she is confirmed today. And then this will go to the legal committee and then to the full council.
My question's less on what the contract looks like and more on why are we moving to contracts. That's just a very foreign thing to the way I've always seen that process, and I don't know of other cities, that are not home rule or whatever that are doing things this way. So I'm just sort of trying to understand why we are moving to the contract system.
Sure. So the Attorney General Opinion 2202 made it pretty clear that the manager shouldn't be determining officer salary. And so the contract was the most convenient form to have the council have immediate input as far as what the salary for officers should be, as well as benefit package, because the manager cannot employ officers, and the clerk is an officer.
Okay, and so with that being said, will we be going to a system to where all appointees will just be doing the jobs of appointees? They will not have the other jobs that they have had in the past that has been underneath management?
The way the contracts are structured is they do anything the council resolves them to do. So if they're the only thing is the manager would not have discipline or financial control over the officer. But if the council wants them to do something that the manager tells them to do, the council can direct it.
I guess my only concern or I shouldn't say the biggest concern I have, and the best example I can give would be the treasurer position, would be more of with what is required of the treasurer from statutorily is one thing. Our treasurer is also the finance director and also oversees many other things as well. I'm trying to understand how she continues to be finance director, yet her job will be completely under contract, which then takes that management position, whoever manager is, ability to direct the finance department. That one's concerning to me, and I just don't want to, start a floodgate if there are those kind of concerns. And I may be the only one on the council that has those concerns. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around this.
Yeah, the legal department's position is the contract does not inhibit the appointee from managing a department with the consent of the manager. So
who would have the authority over that finance director?
The council.
That's my concern. That I think ultimately it is underneath the authority of the council, but I don't want to get us to a point where we work ourselves out of the need of a manager at all, because especially with the finance department, that's a very crucial portion, and by statutorily, if it's going to be a council, a mayor council with manager form of government, statutorily, the budget is to be presented to the finance or to the council from the manager. So I guess that brings just some reservations, some concern as to how our manager is going to be able, whoever that is, to operate and to be able to function in that role as manager if he does not have department heads underneath his authority to be able to run those departments. So that's just a concern I have, that maybe as we walk through this I'll understand, but I do have reservations on the contract situation right now. But that does not prohibit my motion that has been made. Ms. Martinez has done a phenomenal job since she's been put in the place. She's been trying to wear many hats since she's put that on, and I commend her for doing what she has been doing as long as she has, and regardless if she chooses to go this direction with contract or whatever, it does not change my recommendation and approval for that.
Thank you, Councilman Perry. Councilman Orpresa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have some similar concerns, I guess. But my main concern is, and this is based on my understanding of how the process is going to proceed, that the clerk will be under contract, and if I remember correctly, the discussion that we had previously, that the clerk and all the appointed positions will report directly to the council and the mayor. But I just wanna make sure that we understand what that really means, because I think I have heard from certain, let's say, department heads or from different departments, that we have counselors that have the tendency to try and direct specifically staff, not necessarily the clerk, but sometimes we as city councilors kind of forget that we have the power as a whole council and not as an individual council. And so I want to make sure that we, the council, understands what our role is in relation to the appointed officials.
Councilor Oropesa, to discuss the question briefly, there are two types of people employed by well, three types. There's contractors, who you guys generally don't worry about, employees who fall under the merit system, which is everybody but the officers. Employees who fall under the merit system enjoy greater protections of their position and are intended to be insulated from the governing body by the governing body's own ordinances. Officers report to the governing body as a whole, but they're supposed to be accorded a certain, I shouldn't say deference, but they're accorded responsibilities that state law provides that they must accomplish. So the way I would phrase it is the officers all work for the city, the governing body expresses the city's will. But individual councilors can, of course, communicate with them, but it is the governing body as a whole that would make a demand or resolve what the officer needs to do. And sorry to get back to you, Mr. Perry. Historically, the officers of the city, at least going in this kind of changed in about the 80s from my research into the city stuff. Their officer salaries were resolved by resolution, and that's another option. Contract is simple. Resolutions, well, because of the benefits package that we provide to employees that we try to mimic for officers, it's much easier to go and have a line item in a contract that's negotiated than just a resolution where somebody's being told what they'd be making. It allows for negotiation, in short.
Thank you, Counselor. Next, Council Lady Moore.
I struggle with that also. So it makes it sound like the council will be managing those people. And also, would you mind, I'd like Ms. Amalia to say something. I don't know much about her. I just want to know a little bit about her. If we can give her a couple of minutes to say something before we get to the end of before we do our voting. I know she has a nice smile, I know that. So let's, speech. No, just kidding. I'm sorry, Mary, is that okay?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine. I'm not gonna keep her down. Her clock's off, but other than that, she's off.
Mayor and city councilors, what is it that you would like to know, Ms.?
Just whatever you want to tell me first.
I've started with the city about 3 years ago. I've been working in the legal department for that period of time as a paralegal, and then stepped in as a role as interim city clerk, and have been doing both positions up to this point.
So how do you feel about your new duties?
I'm comfortable with them. I've got a lot to learn, but I think it's something that I'm up for, and something that I can make a difference and try to move the city forward.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to hear from you a little bit. That's all.
Thank you.
And I'm still I'm going along with those other ones about being concerned. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. About the contract issue, I'm struggling with understanding. Is I'm new at this. I'm a baby according to some of these other people that have been here forever. But the understanding the purpose of the contract really, and I understand the salary. I got that part that we can do in another way. And I guess because I didn't finish listening to all the legal stuff, I didn't even understand the contract thing was coming into play. But I as long as I wouldn't mind the contract, as long as in the contract said that they report to or work under the city manager, whoever that might be or whatever, so that they're not reporting directly to us. To me, it doesn't make I don't, because they can't report directly to 10 people. Something in the midst of something coming up, and so, or we're having to wait to make a decision until we meet the next month, or go to the city, the other things. But if you can explain that to me later, not right now, because we don't really have to get in. I'll meet with you contract thing a little later.
At your convenience,
to get a better
Counselor.
understanding how that's going to roll out. But I'm still kind of concerned about the process between the contract and would they still be at will employees if they have a contract?
Yes, by law, all officers must be at will.
Okay.
And like, historically, council just simply passed a resolution saying what their officers made, but because they're, para, health insurance, retiree health insurance, different fringe benefits that the city started offering, that's why the contract became a preferred method, I think.
Okay. Thank you. No more.
Thank you, Council Lady Arnold.
So I think what I'd like to say is kind of a different direction. I actually have to say that this was actually the fun part of what was on my agenda, because I think you are lovely. I love working with you, and I am very grateful that the mayor actually extended the offer and you have accepted. So I'm looking forward to it should you pass.
Thank you. Next, we have Council Lady Best.
I'm not going to be as nice as Ms. Moore, because I want to know how this chain of command is going to work. So, Amalia, I have nothing against you, dear. This isn't you. This is their program that is not organized enough to work correctly at this time. So this is what I have in mind, and maybe it might help you, Miss Angela. So we have the mayor. We have an appointed manager who answers to the council and the mayor. Then we have the officers who are appointed by the mayor, and they answer to the council. So, as you said, if Miss Amalia has a problem, who does she go to? Because before, she would go to the city manager, and then the city manager would go between either the councilors or other department heads or whatever. This is not clear. It is mud as the chain of command.
I guess, Councilor Best, two responses. First, this is what state law mandates, and I'll admit the state law is not crystal. Second, by convention and all other municipalities that have been able to follow state law, while the clerk cannot be hired, fired, disciplined, or have their pay determined by the manager, they always work with the manager. And fail to work with the manager would be something the council would address. That'd be the core there. But the clerk should, same as the attorney, same as the treasurer, should always be working in conjunction with the manager.
In conjunction, but the manager and the officers answer to the council.
Correct.
So as Mr. Oropesa says, we could have a renegade counselor. We've had them before.
Yes,
And
they answer to the whole council.
They go straight to the department and tell them what to do. That poor department head says, oh my gosh, where do I go from here? And there's no place for them to go. Still, the manager is coming to the council and the mayor in a group, in a large group.
Yes,
And if state statute, excuse me, sorry, I'm not done. If state statute set this up, where is their protocol on it? You said it was state statute 2020? Attorney General quoted something?
The Attorney General Opinion 2202 is citing Chapter 3 of the State Code governing municipalities, in particular subchapters 11, 12, and 13. But to answer your question, the manager cannot hire or fire an officer. That's the council's prerogative. If the council's unhappy with how they work together, the council gets to mediate that dispute.
I understand. I'm not speaking of hiring or firing. I'm speaking of chain of command. If they have a problem with what they're doing in their department, where do they go?
Departments always report to the manager. Officers and departments are distinct.
Councilman Perry.
I'm not sure where to go. My original question, I'll go back to it, then I may deviate just a moment. I just want to make sure I understand, because I need time to understand this contract thing that's just, again, is new, and I just don't know who those communities are that are doing this way. I just don't know them. So right now, we're not approving that we are going to use contracts. We are just approving that we are approving the mayor's appointment is all we're doing right now, correct?
All you were doing is having an up or down vote on whether Ms. Martinez should be the
So if there's
clerk.
gonna be a contract, we can debate all that out later and everything. We're just approving, the mayor's, just wanna make sure I'm clarified that this.
Absolutely.
All right, then I'm good to just move forward.
Didn't work. Yes, Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. We have a workshop set up for November the 16th, and I would invite all of you to attend that as we start to look, and was working with the city manager and looking at this whole concept. So we've talked about a lot of different things here, but all we're talking about is the appointment. Can we get to the business of the appointment? Yep. So I would encourage all of you counselors to attend these workshops. No.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? You know, if I could, just a little bit about these appointments. In government, there are checks and balances set up in government, and in that, the checks and balances are there so that when you have, whether you have a manager style of government or whatever, and there are certain jobs that have to be done and the order they're done in, make a difference. Now, the mayor is entitled to those appointments that we've talked about before for city manager, police chief, treasurer, and attorney, and he's entitled to that. Now, the people that the mayor appoints as officers that he appoints as officers are there for the mayor and the council. And the treasurer provides provides the council with someone who is loyal to the council to make sure that all the finances are straight in the government that the city manager does. He makes sure that all the finances are straight, and so you have somebody directly responsible to the council to ensure that the money that the city manager is being spent appropriately. The county clerk that we're picking here today, her job is to be responsible to the council, because everything that comes in and comes from this council before you get a mayor has to be recorded, and that is her job to record everything that happens in this body truly and accurately to represent the true feelings of the 10 councilmen and the mayor. That is her function. Now, her function also has to work with other people in the government, just like the treasurer has to work with other people in the government. The city manager is in the same boat, except the city manager has the power to run the day-to-day operations, that day-to-day functions of government. Now, he has that, and the council members and the mayor should not have the power to go over and point at him and tell him, you do this or else, or you're going to go to, well, wherever. And the council people don't have that power either. That is something that we have together as the general direction that is set by this council. And that's what the mayor or the city manager is supposed to do, is to carry out the will of the council and the mayor. Those people. That's his job. Whatever guidance we give him, he has to carry that out. And he's in charge of that. And while you have the treasurer is responsible to us to make sure that whatever accounting that is done by the people that are appointed by the city manager is true and correct. And it's just like our clerk is there to make sure that every action that is taken to this body, by this body, is recorded properly and not being directed by the manager or by the council. Her loyalty is to make sure to the people and to the council that every action that is taken is recorded appropriately. And that's the way the law is set up. And it's a check and a balance system is why it's so important. And the city attorney is there to advise the council, and whoever, all the other attorneys that are appointed can work under the city manager, but he works for the good of 10 council people and the mayor to make sure that our city is running forward. To me, that's the way I think the check and balance is set up in the law and the statutes. It is kind of a different thing because, as things develop. But the law is set by statute about who has the power to make those appointments. And that's where I think it is. And and I would just say about Amaya is that, been here 7 months. I think she's done a good job. She was appointed as interim clerk. There is not a position of interim clerk anywhere in the statutes. And so I think this makes her an honest woman now because she'll be a real clerk. And there is a position of deputy clerk, and Della does a good job. Don't have any problem with that. But I think this brings us into what our laws of the state of New Mexico, which we all take an oath to follow, tell us how to act. And I believe that's where I think I'm coming from. And now I talked too long because Councilman Perry's back.
And I call the question.
Oh. You should have done that last time.
I cannot agree with you
Okay.
anymore before you started
Well, I
talking,
just
but
want you to-
I didn't catch it.
Everybody has a right to speak.
I'm kidding.
Okay, so we have a motion and a motion for the question. If I say the clerk call the roll, do you have a conflict of interest? Okay,
No, sir.
if the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Perry? Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Mayor, motion passes 10-0.
Thank you. Congratulations. That's the highest elected office somebody from Weeds ever held.
That was a call for the question.
Oh, that just for the call for the question. If the clerk will call the roll again.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Most definitely.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Now we can clap.
Okay, next we have item 17B, which is item 12 on the agenda, and that is consider the approval to authorize air sale to enter into a lease for airport's operation area of land at Roswell Air Center. Councilman Hildebrand.
Yeah, I gotta get to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we have consider approval to authorize Aerocell to enter into a lease for the airport operations area land at the Roswell Air Center.
Second.
You've been moved by Councilman Hildebrand and seconded by Councilman Arnold. Okay, now if we have Jenna, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The reason we brought this back onto the agenda is because the wrong lease was attached to the abstract, and there's a slight change in the language for the CPI. So the correct language for the CPI is the tenant agrees to pay the landlord as rent the sum of $16,000 and no cents, payable in 12 monthly installments for $333.33 for the first year of the lease. During the subsequent and final 7-month period of this lease, the rent will be increased by 3% or CPI index, whichever is greater. The CPI language was not on the original attachment. I have spoken to Mr. Wolf from Mayor, and he has no conflict with those changes.
Okay, first we have Councilman Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's on the overhead too, and that's and it was on the financial considerations. It said the 3% or CPI, whichever is greater, and then stated the 25 cents per square foot. Yet 25 cents per square foot is what the current lease is.
It's a brand-new lease, sir.
Right. Well, but the 64,000 square feet at 16,000 is 25 cents per square foot, correct?
Correct.
And so that's what I wasn't understanding, because then that was attached right at the last. So it was like we would increase 3% or CPI, whichever is greater, and then 25 cents per square foot. So it's like, wait a second, that's what this current lease is stating. So at the end of the next year, is it going to be 25 cents per square foot or the increase of the CPI? That's the confusion I was seeing.
I can see the confusion. This was copy and pasted, I believe, from the legal abstract, and that is required information when I'm going into legal committee for them to understand what the lease is being proposed at per square foot.
And the new clears it up a little more for me, so that but that in there just made it look like we're going to increase 3%, but yet it's going to be the same as what we're doing this time. So
I understand.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Foster. Councilman Best.
So I have a question. I think it's for Juan and for Mr. Hildebrandt. On all these leases, whether it's the airport, farm country, whatever, we always quote the CPI 3.0%. And the lease will start November 1st on this particular one. Why do we not quote the CPI as of November 1, which is 7.2%? What is the reasoning for that? And this is probably coming late in my career of 10 years. I've just kind of believed in Judy and Jason when they did legal and Barry and just assumed, but whichever is greater, I understand that.
You want to answer that?
So if it goes below, well, I understand that. But to me, in my world, business world, you start at a point. 3.0% is a point. So let's go to 7.2. So if it backs up when it comes available again, when it backs up, I'm talking this through, so it may be wrong in my mind, but I feel it should be the CPI as of the date that is made. Because if the CPI percentage goes back to 2% or lower underneath the 7.2%, we will be able to collect the 7.2% in case it falls back down to 5%. And I know the CPI probably never goes down, but hey, we have a new president in the world with new players. So is that a question that needs to be answered, or you want me just to assume that it's all good? It's not for you, dear.
Councilman Hildebrand, the chairman of the committee, would like to answer your question, if that's all right.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Best, how the CPI is calculated, there's every month comes out a CPI index. And so what you look at is what the CPI index is 12 months from now, and what the CPI index was November 1 of 2022. Now I look at the CPI index at November of 23. What is that percentage of increase? That's how you get the increase. So if the CPI does go down, it can go down from where it was at. And so that's how you measure it. It's not just what the 7.7% that they told us was today or whatever it was. It's an index number, and you measure the period of time from one index date to the next index date. And that's how you come up with what the CPI increase is or decrease. So. Does that answer your question?
More or less, I'm gonna have to talk it through my own brain.
Well, I'll be happy to sit down with you and go over CPI index and how that's calculated. Okay. I hope I gave you some clarity there.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Perry.
No, sir, I'm good.
Okay, Councilman Hildebrand, you're?
No, that's fine.
Hildenbrand, excuse me. Okay, any further? Councilman Moore.
Quick question, on these leases, I know we've been talking about coming into, what's that, fair market value stuff. Is that going to be, will we renegotiate when this begins to happen? Because I remember we were working through, if I'm not mistaken, working through all the leases, trying to get them up a little closer to a fair market value or whatever the thing was. And is that included in this lease stuff that we're talking about now? Or will we have to renegotiate all these leases after we've gone through all of them and see who's, because I think they're all pretty low for me, I guess. They all seem pretty cheap. Maybe we should go get a hangar out there for $1,000 a month. I could live there. So I'm just trying to understand. I know that's where we are, and we're coming into these new leases. So I wanted to know, are we working on those, or is this part of the new lease stuff that we're working on? Is it a part of this lease that we're talking about right now?
So the current directive that I have is to continue following the policies that we have in place, along with working with the Airport Advisory Commission to review and change policy or make recommendations to change policy to the council as we move through. I know they're looking at doing a comprehensive study to be able to get current values of the buildings, but our tenants that are currently there are seeking new leases as this tenant is. We don't want to put them on hold. So we are going to continue on with our current status until we have more data to be able to change those policies as it is presented to the council.
So this lease is according to our old policy kind of information?
According to our current, yes.
Policy. Okay. I think that is, because I was really saddened by whoever the guy that come from the Kunkel, Mr. Kunkel, when he was saying how much the monthly that we collect from those leases, it sounded dismal to me. All that property and all that land, it just sounded so dismal, and I was like, maybe I misunderstood. But then he said it again, and I was like, I'm just a little concerned with the amount of those leases, and I just want to know if we sign into this long lease or whatever, are we going to be able to update or increase it when we go start doing our other policy and doing all the checking out the leases and stuff? I just don't want to be, them they have to be able to stuck here for 20 years, and we can get a little more than market for fair market value. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple additional questions that I forgot to mention before. Aircel currently leases, is it the hangar, is that hangar 80? Or
Yes, hangar 85, yes, sir.
85 right there? And is this going to be concurrent with that lease, or is this going to be a separate lease altogether?
This is a separate lease, and if you'll notice that the term is a little bit irregular because we normally do 1 year or 5 year leases. This one's 1 year and 7 months.
Okay.
Their hangar 85 lease will be expiring at the same time this one will be, so we'll be able to negotiate them into the same contract.
Okay, and they haven't been using this land prior, or?
They have used this land prior. We have been working diligently with them to get hazmat and things like that stored properly. They are going to be building a hazmat storage building that's a fixture on this parcel, and so we felt it was pertinent to go ahead and make sure that we have a land lease for them as well.
Okay, so they've been using this land inside the fence free of charge for the time that they've had the hangar?
They have used it in and out. It isn't always full of their items, but yes, it has been incidental to their operation since they've been there.
Okay, that's, so, but now they are gonna come on and actually start renting the land that they're using. Pretty much like we're trying to do, are we gonna try to do this with all our hangar space out there? Do other entities rent hangar space and use land outside that they don't pay for?
What we need to just be cautious about is exclusive rights with the ramp space. And so this is north of the hangar. It's not directly in front of the hangar, so the spaces that are in front of the hangar, we'll have to be very careful about not making sure we cause conflict that way. But yes, anything that is not going to create a congestion or conflict for another tenant, we would like to be able to use that, or require rent rate for it.
All right, thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Council Lady Best.
Yes, my next question is, this is inside the fence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This is TSA security, correct?
Yes.
Is this not the person or the company that got us in deep, excuse my language, deep shit with the TSA because they did not follow through with the rules that were given to them, and they ignored the city staff when the city staff tried to correct their actions?
Because that's a legal matter, I would.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor.
Point of
This is
order,
a litigation matter, Counselor, that we probably don't want to address in open session.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. If the clerk will call the roll.
Mayor, this is just a voice vote.
Voice, oh, I thought it said no voice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
No.
So we have Council Lady Moore. And Best. Vote no. And then we had, how many of the others? Are there 8 of the others?
I think Councilor Sanchez said no.
What Councilor Sanchez say?
The telephone system works a little slower, so we may want to give a little bit more time in between each one of those votes to ensure that we understand correctly. Madam Clerk, did you understand?
It was yes.
It was 8-2. The item passes. So next we go.
Thank you.
Okay, that was 17B. Next we go to item 18A, a request to approve the resolution 22-66, creating a drought contingency task force. No, 18, oh, excuse me, that's back to 14. 18A is resolution 22-65, condemnations. Resolution shall require the removal and demolition of 10 dilapidated structures. And Councilor Best.
No, I'm sorry, it's not.
Good evening,
Wait.
Mayor and councilors.
Well, I'm sorry, that's just what it said here. Council Lady Halverson, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'd like to present Resolution 2265 condemnations. The resolution shall require the removal or demolition of 10 dilapidated structures. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council.
Second.
Okay. I bring before you 10 properties. Each property was sent a notice certified mail. Of those 10 properties, 3 are just brought up to date. One was a 2015, 17, and an 18. One is changing ownership, and I stand for any questions.
Yes, actually, if Ms. Franco, Mr. Frasiglio, I actually have some questions for you. and I'd like to read a statement. So I would like to request that my fellow council members please consider holding off on passing these 10 condemnations. A few concerns have come to light, and I'm no longer comfortable supporting our demolition process. I believe we need to revisit the demolition process for the following 3 reasons. Actually, let me pause right there. Can we get those maps handed out? So, number 1, our current process is preventing local construction rehab from rebuilding the homes that have solid bones and foundation. So at this point, I'd like to ask Todd and Toby, have you guys received any calls regarding any condemnations that are on the list that have possibility of being rebuilt? Thank you.
There is one, number 602 North Washington. He was wanting to, I guess, make like somewhere for homeless people to go and wash their clothes and take showers. Other than that,
I'm just speaking kind of in general, not at this
Oh, in
list of
general?
10, just on a general basis. I know I've had it reported to me that you are,
Mhm.
and that's why I'm just having confirmation of that.
there is some people that go in and ask, and we always just send them to Todd, because Todd is more of a, he takes care of that more.
So Todd,
Okay. Yes, property doesn't have any control over a condemned structure because the property is still owned by a private individual. The city hasn't taken it into their inventory via quitclaim deed, via judgment from the court, or anything like that. So I usually see property once it's been cleared off and the debris has been hauled away, the bill has been submitted, then there is a lien placed on the property for the amount of the demolition construction, and then at that point, I send out a demand letter, which gives them 30 days to let us know if they want to set up a payment arrangement, pay the lien, quitclaim deed the property over. But typically, I see it when it's blank. But I do get calls to my office from contractors, house flippers, people like that want to know, is there any way that they can get a property or acquire a property to be able to work on before the city tears it down? And right now, as far as I know, there's no mechanism that does that because we don't own it. The only thing that we can do is secure the property and demolish it if it's in such a state that it causes public health a safety issue.
okay, so that kind of leads into my next question, because we actually did discuss that there's kind of a legal barrier at this point of the way our ordinances are written. So that leads to my next question for Mr. Eintema. Could we legally repurpose these homes and get them back on the tax roll a lot quicker than we are at this point? Do you have a concept of how we could legally structure for that?
Yes, Councilor Arnold. So if this were a conversation 15 years ago, the answer would have been yes. There was a Supreme Court decision that came out that was wildly unpopular that said that governments can take property for any purpose whatsoever. You guys might have heard of the case. New Mexico was one of the states that adopted prohibitions on such actions. So we can't take over the property for private development. What other municipalities do is they have a process where they highly encourage delinquent owners to sell the property or risk. And so that's something we could easily put into our procedures to highly motivate people if some form of condemnation is a foregone conclusion.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move on to number 2. Legal questions have been raised about the way we are currently funding this process. We need to be prudent before moving forward and ensure that our funding process is compliant with state funding requirements. This was actually brought up to me that there may be an issue in the way that the demolitions are being funded. Mr. Eintema, can you actually expand on that?
Yes, my understanding, and I'd have to let Treasury speak as well, is that the money that's funding most, if not all, the demolitions is coming out of a 16th cent tax. So as the council may recall, a few years back, the state got rid of gross receipts tax for food, and then we were given a bunch of 16-cent taxes to make up for that. And these taxes all had individual criteria attached to them. So the city had to make an enabling ordinance to collect the tax, and the tax had to be tied to specific purposes. The funding stream we've been using for demolition was dedicated to construction, operation, acquisition, and maintenance of solid waste, water, or wastewater facilities. So demolition, under a plain reading, does not really fall under that. So legal is not super comfortable with the way this is currently used. That said, the state has, a couple years ago, if the council wants to continue using this funding mechanism, the state removed a number of the earmarks on what the money could be used for, but the council has never adopted a new resolution or a new ordinance to unlock this money. So as of right now, the council by law has locked itself into using this for one of our utility funds effectively.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm going to move to my final question. Ms. Amalia, if you could actually put the first map up there, and then I'm hoping to end with the last map. Okay, so finally, the demolished properties going back to 2014 are pinned on the maps presented to you. The information was provided by Mr. Farsiglio's department, and I asked someone to assist in pinning the locations to create the maps presented here tonight. If you want to move to the next couple ones. Okay, go ahead and you can present the next one. I just wanted the public to be able to see what the council has a copy of. And then go ahead and hit the next one. There you go. So this is a Ward 1 map. So if you will note, the majority of these pins are located in Ward 1. Now if you'll hit the blue, the last one. Okay. So according to the 2020 census, the blue area indicates primarily Latino neighborhoods. Decimating these neighborhoods without an effective plan for rebuilding is definitely concerning, to say the least. That is, I wanted to say thank you, Todd, Toby, and Mr. Eintema. I appreciate all your feedback. Council members, I am asking for your support in working to address these concerns and begin to preserve our beautiful historic resource in Ward 1. I yield.
I have had a concern with this process from the beginning. Because when it first started, it seemed like it was all south, all south, all south. And now I'm seeing just so many open spaces of just nothing. And I would like, if there's a positive, look into, if we're going to be doing it, I like the idea of adding it to the contract that they have to be able to sell it or do something. I know we can't take hold of it, and I understand that, but I'm so concerned with the number every month, every single month, 10, 20, 30, every single month there's a bunch of them. And I'm concerned that, I don't know if they're tearing down because they're trying to build all these new ones over there, or what's the possibility? Rehab and rebuilding, there has to be some process that we can put it out there or something that, you know, so that somebody, I'm sure there's all kind of contractors that would be willing to fix up and flip around here. So I think we should come out, I agree with a better mechanism. I've never been in favor of just destroying somebody's house and leaving it. You know, I've struggled with this since the beginning when they started this, and so I still have a problem. So I'm kind of with Councilor Arnold about seeing if we can come up with another process. Like I said, I can see, because initially it was like 1 or 2, and now 10 at a time is a lot, and especially with the city fitting the whole bill. And I kind of want to know if either one of you know how much money we are getting, how much of the money that we're spending, are we getting any of it back? You know, because I feel like we're putting out a lot doing these demolitions. I just kind of want to know if anybody knows how far we're in the hole just tearing down these properties and leaving these big open spaces and the little open spaces. I'm sure they look rough in a lot of places, and I know it's not the best way, but I don't think this is the best way to handle it. You go ahead, Mr. Mike.
Good afternoon, Councilor. Mr. Mayor, Councilors, I can speak a little bit to this. I spent a number of years at code enforcement. The reason there's 10 properties on the council this month is because we did not have a quorum at last month's Public Safety Committee. So you got 2 months' worth of properties on this one resolution. Second of all, just because a property ends up on the condemnation list does not mean that they're going to go tear down that property tomorrow. The list, I'm sure, and I haven't looked at it in many years, but I'm sure the list is very long of properties that are currently today condemned within the city limits. We have not taken action on those because they're not the worst of the worst. We take the ones, try to demo the worst of the worst, the ones that we continue to get calls from, the neighborhoods, the people, because of activities that are going on in these abandoned properties, the drug use, they're close to a school, a structure that's been on fire and it is now dangerous, could collapse in. Those are the ones that we try to attempt, or do attempt to take down first. Some months, there's quite a few. And I can tell you, before this program started, I just come back to the city. The only time we demoed any properties was the month of January, when the street department was down, because we didn't have a budget for it. I mean, we had zero budget. So we relied on our street department. January, they'd bring their bulldozers and their front-end loaders and dump trucks and maybe get 3 or 4 structures taken down for the year. That's what we got. So that's just a brief history of the thing. That's why there's so many properties on it this month. But just so you know, I want you to know, just because a property is on this list today does not mean, I'm sure Toby's list probably has properties on it that are multiple years old that have been condemned. They're boarded up, they're safe, they don't have the problem of people going in and out of them. They haven't been set on fire, so we haven't messed with them. We want people to take these properties. We do not want to tear them down. We get many calls, or I did when I was over there, get many calls a year, and I would always direct them, especially when the county was doing a tax sale. Many of these properties will probably end up on the county tax sale, and people buy those properties. Many of those properties that are on that tax sale, we have torn down those houses, and there's a lien on that property. And nobody wants to buy it because the lien is much more than what many of these properties are worth. So that's just a snippet history. I don't want to drag this out, but we would be more than happy to look at any program. I would love to see some of these houses rehabbed, put back in to service without us tearing down, filling up our landfill, or any of that. I would love to see us come up with some kind of mechanism to where the city can actually put these homes back into the hands of a developer or somebody who can rehab them and get them back on the tax rolls. Hope that helped.
Are you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, since this program started, I don't know how long ago, but from the very beginning, I have never been able to support it. And one of the reasons that I haven't been able to support it is because the majority of the tear down happened in Ward 1, happened around my area. And they tear it down, and there's no plan whatsoever to put anything back. And the ones that I've seen torn down had a lot of potential to good foundations. Maybe the windows were broken, the doors and so forth, but the main structure itself were good. And the reason that I had or have a problem with it is because Ward 1 East is a lot of minority individuals. And so when you tear down a property, can you tell me more or less how much a contractor would charge to tear down?
They vary, Counselor, depending if they have asbestos or not.
But on an average, how much?
An average one would be from 6,000 to 10,000, maybe.
Okay.
One with asbestos, you're looking at around 20.
Okay, so and then they bill the city, right?
Yes.
And the city has to pay, let's say, roughly $15,000 for the tear down, and there's no guarantee that the city's gonna get it back. Is that correct? Because you put a lien on it,
Yes.
you have to take them to court in order to get that lien, and even if you get the lien, you probably end up with a property that you're not gonna be able to sell. And if you sell it, you probably sell it for maybe $1,500, especially the property on the east side. So that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense for the city to spend $20,000 and then not be able to collect that money back. The other one that doesn't make sense to me is the contractors that tear down the properties, they haul the debris all the way to the landfill. And I believe, at least at one point, they were being waived the tipping fees. And I brought this up, I think it was last month or not month before last, that the previous director that was there mentioned that the city had lost approximately $1.4 million in tipping fees, and that's above and beyond the tear down. So now we're talking about millions of dollars that the city has to pay and not being able to collect that kind of money back. And I believe, and I don't want to put Mr. Abraham Chaparro on the spot, but I believe he gave us a document at General Services, last General Services meeting, that he was asked to come and present at the General Services, and then, of course, that item got taken off the agenda. And if I read your document correctly, Mr. Chaparro, I believe that your estimates, I'm going to call them estimates because I didn't hear you say them, was around a little over $2 million of tipping fees that have been waived.
So after that meeting, we did have that direction. I did tell the council or the members of the committee I was going to come back with that. It's approximately $2.1 million that we've waived at the landfill.
Thank you, and I think that's the way I understood it. And so what I'm saying is, this program, the intent of this program, for what I understand, is very, very expensive for the community. And I don't think it's achieving the objective that it started to, or what it was for. And we're spending a lot of money for a program that, for all intended purposes, is not really working. And the other one that I had a problem with is just what Councilor Arnold indicated. The use of the money, the 1/16 environmental tax, doesn't meet the requirement for this kind of program. It should be, and I asked this question the last time as well. I don't understand how this money is under Mr. Chaparro's budget, but Mr. Chaparro has no ability to determine how to use the money. Somebody else is using the money for him. And if that is the case, then it needs to go to the proper department to handle the money. And I think the only reason it's under the Mr. Chaparro's budget is to try and satisfy the reason why the 1/16 environmental tax was initiated. And I might be wrong. So I'll let you speak, Mike.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot of questions there, and if I forget one, please correct me. The 1/16th, myself nor none of our staff here was a part of that. That was done by 8 years ago or longer, when those 16ths were moved around. I recall that. I believe I was maybe still at the fire department when that happened, because I know one of those 16ths, or two of those 16ths, were, one of them went to police department to buy police vehicles, and another 16th went to the fire department to buy staff vehicles for the fire department. I remember that conversation that night, and I remember them having to add those together for whatever reason. I didn't understand that at that time in my position, in order to move them over. Police and fire never got theirs back. So we can definitely look at, because I, for one, don't want to misuse any of the funds. If funds are being used in a position they're not supposed to, we need to correct that. I agree. Second of all, and it may be semantics on words, but we don't waive fees on the demos. The cost of the tipping is placed on the lien. Now, I admit, most of those liens are never collected. So in reality, you're wiping them away because you never collect them. But as far as staffers go, we're placing the tipping fees of that structure on that lien that we're filing at the county. There was one other one there that I was going to answer to. The purpose of the program. My understanding coming into this was the purpose of the program was to create cleaner and safer neighborhoods, to get rid of the derelict structures, the structures that were open to the public, that children were going in, the illicit activity was happening in neighborhoods, and then children going into those buildings. That was the purpose, as explained to me, of the program, was to create cleaner and safer neighborhoods. So I hope that helped.
Well, let me take you back to the tipping fees.
Sure.
Even though that they get attached to the lien.
Right.
But doesn't the city have a contract with a contractor that demolishes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does their contract indicate that they are not required to pay tipping fees?
No, because if they pay those tipping fees, you're just rolling that money over. So if we're making him pay the tipping fees, the cost of that demo is just going up the price of the tipping fees. We're going to pay the tipping fees no matter what. So that's waived. The tipping, him dumping that as part of the process of the program was him to dump that debris at the landfill. We get the cost of that, and we add that cost onto the lien.
Okay.
At the county. And like I said, if the program is not something the council's even interested anymore, we are more than happy to have these conversations and work up. Maybe there's a different in today's, because we've torn down a lot of homes over the last 8 years just by looking at that map. So I think it'd be very easy to identify those that were really dramatically in need of being removed out of neighborhoods and bringing those forward. And maybe there's some criteria on the number of complaints that we've seen. We can have the conversation, is what I'm saying.
Well, I, for one, would like to have those conversations.
Yes, sir.
You know, I don't know about the rest of the council, but like I said, I have been opposed to this program from the very beginning. I didn't think it was a wise thing to do. And from what I understand, our financial situation, I don't think we can afford to be losing more money in this program like the way we are right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Orpesa, I'll commit to you, if Councilor Halverson will be okay with it, I'll be glad to put it maybe on the January Public Safety Committee, and we'll start working through it with our city attorney, code enforcement department, and see what we can come up with.
I would support that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions, and let me just start with Mr. Fuentes. Have the auditors of the DFA questioned this option concerning the funding?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Perry, no, it has never been brought as an item on the audit as far as the use of those proceeds for, under that program.
And I was trying to get an answer on this other one, and maybe you'll have it. Those 1/16, I had thought, but there again, I'm not always correct. Most of the time, I'm not correct. Those 1/16 were no longer earmarked through legislation a few years ago. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Perry, that was one of the questions we discussed, that you are correct. The legislature wiped away the individual dedication of those GRTs, and now what we see in the GRT report is just one lump sum. As indicated, a lot of the municipalities, because over the years, they adopted the GRTs as how it was before, but now it is not. You are correct. There's no ties to those GRTs.
So I just want to make sure and get that clear with everyone that because that seems to be a lot of what we're discussing with. Did you have something?
Yeah, so in 2019, the legislature got rid of the ties for all the supplemental GRTs. The city has never unbound itself, though, right? So city law ordinances bind the city as well. Okay. And then to address the earlier question, yeah, this would not appear in our normal auditing through DFA because they only look at the procedures and processes, meaning accounting standards. They don't actually look at the internal funding mechanisms when they audit.
My other, I think, is more of a comment. Number one, what we're dealing with here seems to be two different things. It comes down to an ideology as to how we are going to choose to move forward with the demolition process and the destruction. I become concerned with stopping to continue to put anything on a demolition list until we get that, whatever's settled. We're never going to demolish all the houses that we have or businesses, whatever they are. I can remember the old hair school when it was demolished, and the old greenhouses that were out there off of Lee and several places, but they're not going to be demolished immediately. It goes to those dire straight cases is what's pulled out first. And let me just give you a couple of examples. I think, I don't know who said it, but someone said that don't know that this has really done anything to help anything. I think if you were to talk to staff at Nancy Lopez Elementary School, they'll say there's, from people I've talked to, there's a definite change in actions and interactions around that school since that catastrophe was taking care of that was over there. I remember when that happened, and there was a revolt, and there was a group of people who came to fight to keep that trailer park, whatever it's want to be called, open. And I said I was going to go out, and I'm going to go tour it. I'm going to go talk to the neighbors. I'm going to go see their properties. And I was highly encouraged not to do so without a police officer. And I went over. I can't remember who went with. Mike, you went with me, didn't you? And we toured that, and I couldn't believe. So I understand. I recognize personal property rights. We all. I find it funny. I think we all believe in personal property rights. Like I always tell it to people this way. We all believe that you can paint your house purple and pink polka dotted as long as it's not next door to me. That's sort of how we all think of that kind of stuff. But we have to be very careful at the same time that by taking no action whatsoever, we're putting some folks in endangerment as well. I can remember when I was at Tabernacle Baptist Church taking children home after youth activities, and I remember very distinctly taking about a 10 or 11-year-old home one time to a home that the massive plate glass window was non-existent, shattered out. The front door was shattered into pieces, couldn't even shut. There was no electricity on in the house. There was no water on in the house. A portion of the house had been burned because they had tried to light a fire inside the house to keep warm. There comes a point that I don't want to get into a neglect, because there's children living, in some of these circumstances, and not only that, but places where people have just abandoned and moved off and are now living in Florida or now living in, San Francisco, wherever it may be, and left these properties to be. I had a lady in my home just this last week. I called Kevin on, I guess it was Saturday, had a lady in my home in tears over a situation of a home next door to her. And there becomes a very strong safety issue. I get the personal property issue. There's also some safety issues as well. And I just want us to stay on cue, and I'm trying to understand if we're trying to correct this now, I don't think we're going to be able to. I think that right now we're just looking, do these properties fit the criteria of being put on the demolition list? And that's where I want to keep my focus. I have no problem with what, and I've listened, and I think, it's been several years that we've been plugging along in the same way. And if Councilor Arnold has some new ideas, I'm very open to listening to them and sitting down at the table and seeing, what new could be done to help some of these. But I don't want to see the process completely stopped, because that's not necessarily going to solve things either. So I just wanted to keep the two separated there. I yield.
Thank you, Councilor.
So I have one question first. How are these homes chosen, Mr. Franco, Mr. Versiglio, maybe?
Myself and the building official, we go and we assess the houses, and we kind of pick the worst of the worst.
So how do you find them? Do the neighbors call and complain typically?
Yes,
or?
it'd be like neighbors, police department, just a bunch of complaints.
Okay, and just so the councilors know, on the public safety, they present us with photos of these homes, and these homes are health and safety hazards. Like Mr. Perry said, they're in really bad shape. I mean, and I've noticed you give them plenty of opportunity to repair the home too. It's not like we're just gonna tear your house down. They have
Yes.
opportunities to repair the homes too. And a lot of them don't take you up on that offer, is that correct? So I'm open, like Mr. Matthews said, to talk to anyone. If you guys have another way we can fix this problem, I'm open to it, because I agree with Mr. Perry. You can't just leave these homes up in the situations they're in, because they are health and safety hazards. And it's, I'm sorry, most of them are in Ward 1. I don't think that's by design, but I'm open to any suggestions with public safety to trying to fix the problem. Because I don't want to tear people's homes down either. But some of these properties, most of the people don't even live in them, do they?
No.
They're just abandoned
Not
properties.
a lot of them are abandoned. Like some of them, the property owners passed away. It's just different circumstances. People that live out of town, that was their parents' home, and they don't want nothing to do with it, and just stuff like that.
And I encourage you guys to look at the photos that he has, because you'll see what we're talking about. They are in really, really bad shape. So, thank you for that, and I yield.
Thank you. Two more people on here, one out of the way, and I pushed the button, so back on there, I count the six.
So I've been in public safety a little while, and I don't know why I didn't even think of this before. Is there any legal, since it already is presented at public safety and then it comes to council, those names and those addresses are already in our agendas, which are public. Is there any reason why we cannot get a list of contractors and put that list in the certified letter with a little note saying these folks are interested in buying your property, trying to keep your house together, because historians like me love to keep the houses together. You know that rock house I saw, it's got a soft spot in my heart. So is there any reason why we can't, is it a legal issue about sticking a private letter from the city to these people saying, here's some contractors, you might want to contact them before your house is demolished? Kevin, please. Thank you.
Counselor, thank you very much for that thoughtful question. And I want to thank all the council, Mr. Mayor and everybody else, for opening this discussion, because it has been a source of discussion now for, well, probably about a month, what we were going to do with the program. Mr. Chaparro approached me about a month ago, talking about the concerns over filling up the landfill, the costs associated with the demolition, all the other things that were going along with this. And we started to look at the procedure and the process. So to answer your question directly, Counselor, yes, as far as I know, there's nothing that would prevent us from putting together a list of contractors, interested house flippers, other things like that. The question is, at what point do we contact them? And that's where I think this whole question is going, is how do we move this process forward? Because I do not believe that we want to abandon the process, okay? But I want to go ahead and make sure everyone understands. I believe the particular Supreme Court decision that the city attorney was referring to earlier, that has to do with eminent domain, okay? Eminent domain is a completely separate process by which a city comes in, takes property, and then is supposed to use it for public purposes. The Supreme Court case you were referring to, I believe, came out of New Jersey, where it was a city, somewhere around Atlantic City, anyway, I can't remember, but the city got involved with a developer and was buying up or forcing people out of their homes so that they could hand the property over to this developer. That is completely 100% against eminent domain law. But we're not dealing with eminent domain law here. We are dealing with the laws that govern public health, safety, welfare, but also the various building codes as well. And that's where these guys get involved. When we find out about a house, whether it's reported by the public or it's reported by the fire department, we get a list. They shoot us a note every time there's a fire. And we have to go out and double check, because typically what happens after a fire, help me out, Mr. Matthews, if I'm incorrect, but one of the first things they do is they pull the electrical meter out of this so that there isn't a subsequent fire because of all the damage. Okay? That renders the house technically uninhabitable. Okay? The condemnation process is nothing more than a declaration that the property is uninhabitable for a particular reason. You can see it up there. Dilapidated, deterioration, it may be open to the public, inadequate maintenance, could be a fire, could be a dozen different things that renders it uninhabitable. That doesn't render it, though, unrepairable. Okay? And when we get notified of something like this, the first thing that goes out, the building official goes out along with the code enforcement officer, and most likely they red tag the property. Y'all have seen the big red notices. This property is uninhabitable, it needs to be repaired. You have 10 days, 30 days, something like that, to come in, pull your building permits, and start the process. Typically, we wait very patiently, a lot longer than 30 days for somebody to come forward before we take the next step, which is formal condemnation. We have a responsibility to public health, safety, and welfare. You can see up there, it says open to the public. Many of these properties, because of their state of disrepair, don't have windows, don't have doors, other things. It is an open and notorious nuisance to the public, and it is attractive to the homeless, it's attractive to drug dealers and other things. We have every right to protect public health, safety, and welfare to come in to board these houses up if we can't get the property owner to do it, if we can't get in touch. Board these houses up, clean them up, secure them so they are no longer a public nuisance. When we do that, though, we incur costs. We incur expenses. We also have every right, after a certain amount of time, to go ahead and then put a lien on the property, okay, to cover those costs. So we already have a lien on these properties well before the properties are demolished. Okay? The question becomes, and this is what I think where we need to close the loop with the city attorney. Once we put a lien on the property, we have every right to foreclose after a given amount of time, because the property is a public nuisance. The question, we have waited and waited and waited, in many cases years, to go through the foreclosure process, and sometimes we only go through the foreclosure process in order to avoid a tax sale, so that we don't lose our investment in the property. Okay? So what we could do is look at the procedure that we're going through right now. determine what is appropriate, because I believe the wording on when we can take control of a property and the order in which we do things is worded pretty loosely. I believe there's a lot of the use of the word reasonable amount of time. We need the city attorney to determine what that reasonable amount of time is.
So I think my suggestion is, when Toby finds these and he sends the letter out, these people are lost. They don't know what to do. They know to come to the city, maybe ask questions, maybe not, maybe wait for another certified letter. If we gave them a list of people that could help them, such as house flippers, so forth or so on, not suggesting that they do it, but suggesting that this is help for you. And the contractor could go out and purchase it, then that contractor would come in and say, okay, reach Toby and say, I purchased it. Do you see what I'm saying? It gives them another out.
I do know that we generally have a prohibition against making referrals, but if we had a qualified list, could we provide that at that point? Because it's actually quite a good suggestion. You don't think there's a problem with that? I don't think so either. The question is, how do we develop that
Well,
list?
I think you could take your permit list that you have, that you get, and get the ones that come in consistently and the ones that finish the job.
Right.
And then Toby and the building constructor, or building guys, since you're already there looking at the house, see their quality that they have and ask if they want to go on the list. It's going to take a while to compile it. Or maybe even advertise it on Facebook or social media. Hey, we're looking for contractors to approach our dilapidated buildings.
Right.
Something like that. I don't know. Just a thought.
I think that would be worth looking into. It would certainly give us the opportunity to get information into additional information into the hands of the property owner earlier. But again, what we're trying to avoid here, and this is where Mr. Chaparro and I have been talking, is at what point, if we get no response, if we continue to get no response, at what point do we decide, before we knock the building down, okay, do we decide that we should go ahead and foreclose on the property? Okay, once we foreclose legally and appropriately, then we have control of the property, and we can just put it back out on the market to that list of people as well. And they can purchase it from us for what we got into it, which would be our lien amount. They pay off the lien, right?
Correct.
They have the property and they move forward.
So now that I have the mic, can we call the question?
I was just going to ask for that.
Oh, excuse me.
I call for the question, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion for the call of the question.
Second.
Doesn't need a second.
Aye.
I'll put this in.
You can't do that until you vote.
Actually, that is not provided by the rules. It'd be on the up or down vote for the actual, yeah.
No.
I request a roll call, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor, Counselor Oropesa, can you please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
if I understood Counselor Arnold, I thought she was offering an amendment to it. Am I correct?
No, I was just asking people to vote against it or hear the reason why we should not be supporting
Okay.
these until we
Then-
have
then
something else.
I heard you wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is correct.
No.
Let's do a roll call on this one.
If the clerk would call the roll.
Counselor Arnold,
No with explanation.
Counselor Perry,
Aye with explanation.
Oh, my.
Counselor Foster,
Aye with no explanation.
Counselor Heldenbrand,
Yes.
Counselor Best. Yes. Counselor Corn.
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
No.
Counselor Oropesa,
No.
7-3. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So actually, I just wanted to kind of clarify. I have always actually been a pretty in favor of the broken window theory and supporting getting rid of structures for public safety hazards. That's kind of wasn't my point. I was actually trying to make a point. And I think the point is that, and I'm not here to speak for Councilman Oropesa, but I think Councilman Oropesa would probably agree with me that we're tired of the blank lots in our ward, okay? You know, I respect the program that's been set up. I think it needs to be fixed. But at the same time, you've had several years, since 2014, of actually using this process. And the process for rebuilding is terrible. And my ward shows it, because you drive through there and there's blank lots, there's dust blowing, you're taking out of Latino neighborhoods and you're not rebuilding. And that's where I'm disappointed. So I get that we actually need to keep making sure that we're condemning and keeping public safety. But I just kind of wanted to point out, because it's not, you know, it's just happening like clockwork. Let's just go ahead and condemn and not actually measure our success at rebuilding. Because that's what I was showing you. The success at rebuilding is pretty much, in my book, is failure. So at this point, I have already actually asked the legal committee to have Todd Versiglio come in November so we can actually start discussing maybe new possible ways of getting people onto those lots. It was actually also my plan to work with Juliana in January, so you have that commitment from me as well, that Juliana and I will work together to make sure we create an opportunity to have this discussion. But anyway, that was my point. Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, and I look forward to seeing what we can gain out of that to make a difference in those areas. I agree that the empty spots aren't good to look at either. My vote yes was just because I recognize that demolition does not keep the property from being rehabbed. It's just getting it into a process to where if it is at the point of the necessity, we have the ability to take action. Thank you. What happened to the Constitution?
If there would have been a tie, he said.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor. You're,
St. John's, if you remember back. So right there next to St. John's, it was a nice house, and some homeless people went in and took out all the wiring and everything else, and then made the house totally useless. And so then that's the one that they tore down. And what happened is that they charged them $20,000 to tear it down, something like that. And landfill didn't get paid. There was a $20,000 lien placed against that building. And then the $20,000 that was paid the contractor for the lien. And then what happened? It was where it was, it was probably never gonna be sold, in there because of, maybe sell the lot for $2,500 is the most you'd ever get. But after 4 years, the $20,000 lien that the city placed on there goes away, unless you file a lawsuit to bring it back current. So actually, this is just a gift to people, to contractors to tear down the building. I mean, it does, and there was no, when the trash came to the city, there was no way that the city landfill people knew where the trash came from. So it wasn't really fair to anybody because you never knew whose trash you were really getting. And I just want to tell you on 602, or excuse me, I think it's 212 North Washington, you can drive by that place, and the problem there is homeless people breaking in. And, you know, it's been a problem, and I think the 602 North Washington's in the same manner. And when you talk about windows and stuff, I would just tell you, since we have two buildings that live down there in downtown in the historic district, and I can tell you where the kid lives, that we have pictures of, walking over and shooting out $5,000 worth of windows in probably 5 minutes. And can't get anybody to do anything about it. And that's the same thing with the homeless people that are out everywhere. And so we have a homeless problem we have to address as well. And to keep them out of dilapidated structures. So that's it. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. And then we'll start the second 3-hour part of the meeting.
These are cute. This was supposed to be like a 2-hour.
22-6. Let's see, what is that? Which number is that? Is that item 20? No. Okay.
Is it my turn now? We're gonna do this.
So let that go to your head about what I said about it.
What is 18C?
Uh-huh,
That was just a one-time shot. We're even for the rest of my time on the city council.
Well, then I would have chose a better topic than the warehouse.
Madam Clerk, we're on item 18, is that,
Yes, sir.
and which is 18, item 18, it's 18B, right?
Yes,
And then we have 18C, was there an 18C?
No, then we
No,
go to 19.
okay. All right, 18B, which is request, no, you better call us back to order. We're on item 18B, request to approve Resolution 22-66, creating a drought contingency task force as required by Water Smart Drought Resistance Program. And then we have Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, with the recommendation of the infrastructure, had a vote of 4-0, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 2266, creating a drought contingency task force as required by the Water Smart Drought Response Program.
A motion for, and there's a second by Councilman Foster. Okay. Yes, sir, Mr.
Let's do this fast.
Plan.
We'd like to have the council authorize the mayor to create us a task force to help us with this grant. Our recommendation is that the task force be created with 2 residential water customers, 2 commercial water customers, 1 council member, 1 representative from the Roswell Independent School District, and 1 representative from the Pecos Valley Artesian Conservation District. This is required as part of our grant funding that we have.
Okay, so we have a motion or any questions or discussion? Seeing none, is anybody from the public care to speak about anything? Raise your hand whenever we come up to this. Anyway, okay, so seeing none, if the clerk could have a voice vote, or you want a roll call?
Roll call.
Okay, well, if the clerk could call the roll.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Aye.
Counselor Foster,
Aye.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
Yes.
Counselor Best. Yes. Counselor Corn. Yes. Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Sanchez.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Okay, motion passes. Item 18B is passed by a vote of 10 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Next, we have item 19, to approve Resolution 22-67, a resolution approving the December 2021 City Council of Roswell Water Conservation Plan. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Mayor, with a vote of 4-0, recommendation from the Infrastructure Committee, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 22-67, which will be approving the December 2021 City of Roswell Conservation Plan.
Okay, we have a motion, a second by Councilman Foster. Is there any discussion? See, Councilman Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 168 on this, it says reduce non-revenue water to below 10% by 2024. Could you explain what non-revenue water is?
Non-revenue water is water that is not metered. So it would be leaks, places that we find that don't have meters, meters that don't work correctly, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so we're not talking, well, the golf course has its own source anyway, but we're not talking watering parks or talking about
No.
any of that stuff.
This is water that is unaccounted for in the water audit that we do every year.
Okay. Cool. And then going down from there, it says reduce outdoor water use. So that ends up hitting our parks, our splash pads, our pools, correct?
Yes. And what we need to do is use our water, we need to use our water more wisely. Watering one of the city parks at 1 o'clock in the afternoon when it's 105 degrees with a 15-mile-an-hour wind, you know, we're putting maybe 5% of what's going into the ground, or 5% of it's going in the ground, the rest of it's going down the road.
Correct.
We need to be more wise about how we're doing it. We just hired our water conservation specialist, and one of the reasons that we hired her, and one of the questions that we asked during the interview is how do you get people to do this? And her first thing is, you have to tell them why. You have to educate them, and then everything else will fall in line. And the places that I've worked before, that's always happened.
Well, and I've always been an advocate that we needed tanks at our splash pads that would fill up the tank and then use that water to water the park overnight. And then the excess would go down the drain, but just at least we'd take over watering that park and wouldn't be using extra water to water the park.
And there's so many things like that we can do. We just need to start doing them.
So, all right, I yield. That was my questions. Thank you.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Aye.
Counselor Heldenbrand?
Yes.
Counselor Best? Yes. Counselor Korn?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve Resolution 22-68, which is the amendment of Resolutions 18-27 and 18-44, which was a resolution creating the Roswell Airport Advisory Commission. This was passed before the Legal Committee on October the 27th by a vote of 4-0.
Second.
Mayor,
And a second by Councilman Arnold. We have Councilman Best to speak.
Well, I hope there's someone else that's speaking on this. I have a real problem. It's, let's see, it is page, crud, I'm sorry. My brain's not working. I am not real happy with the citizens, whether it's the Airport Advisory Commission, or anyone else, being able to look at employee files.
Councilor Best, that's explicitly prohibited under the resolution.
All right, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did you have I'm sorry, I saw you up at the podium. Did you have a presentation? I'd be more glad to yield that if you
It was
did.
just a very brief synopsis, but
Okay.
I'm happy, if it's a short resolution, so if you councilors read it, I'm happy just to take questions.
Okay, I just wanted to give you that opportunity if there was. I have some concerns, and here's where we're going through. One of them being as we walk through this, and I'm just going to walk through those concerns as they are labeled in here. When we get into number 2, purpose and authority, A, the commission is established and authorized to make recommendations to the city council through the legal committee, and then there's a strikeout of the city manager. A couple of concerns. Number 1 is not everything that is dealt with at the airport and not everything that is heard through the commission goes through the legal committee. And a prime example would be currently, they are looking at the hangar project, which is an infrastructure project, and clearly in our currently what we have in place with the 5 committees, that would go to infrastructure. So I don't know if that just maybe wasn't thought through, or if there's a desire to start moving some of that stuff away from infrastructure.
Oh, no, Councilor. So this is designed as a kind of an administrative nicety. We wanted one committee that would refer, so anything that anything that goes to the Air Commission would normally hit legal first. It would be referred, and if it's not appropriate to go through legal, it then gets referred to the appropriate committee.
By who?
Through the legal chair. So it's kind of, if one, so what'll happen when you have multiple committees that need to hear something, it'll start in one committee, get voted on, referred to the next one. This is the same process.
I think for me, I've always struggled of having those, and sometimes layers are needed, but I've always struggled with putting so many layers in that it makes it very difficult to do business, or it makes it very difficult on people to have business taken care of. Prime example would be, with the police department, though public safety would hear the vast majority of them, there are times they need to go straight to finance committee. That's happened a number of times when dealing with a budgetary situation, and I just don't want to slow down process for the Roswell Travis County EDC, or to slow down progress for our interior searches, those kind of things. That's a concern for me. And it's also a concern for me that we're striking out and the city manager, because as we move down through here, I'm sorry, I heard someone, I thought someone was talking to me. As we look here at the very last, in what is now B, comments will then be forwarded back to the legal committee by staff. We have staff doing a lot of information. You go over into number 4 with staff participation. There's a lot of staff participation in here, but a complete hands-off from a city manager. So his employees are producing or doing a function, yet he is pulled out of the situation, other than having the ability to be an ex officio member. So those are concerns that I have specifically in that particular area. So let me just start with that and give you an opportunity to,
sure.
before I just throw everything on.
No, yeah, Councilor Perry, that was, so as, from my perspective, I draft for legality and at whatever the councilor seeks. I make no comment whatsoever if you would choose to amend and the city manager back into the resolution.
Hey, I'll look at that in a moment, because I have concerns with utilizing staff and having a good part of this dealing with staff and their responsibilities, yet pulling the manager, who would be the one handling them, out of the situation. Another thing that I had that I'm just confused on B, the commission shall make recommendations to the city council's legal committee regarding all RAC matters, excluding litigation and employment matters. I just want to understand, and I'm not throwing this on you now because you and I have talked about it before. I know that just a few months ago, the Airport Advisory Commission went into closed session to talk about pending litigation. So and that's a concern for me, that we have citizens commissions and boards, whatever they may be, going into closed session to deal with litigation when there's no litigation against them. That would be litigation that would be against the city, which in turn becomes a litigation with the members here. Now, I don't think that there's an issue if we were to go into closed session to deal with litigation and ask the chair of the Airport Advisory Commission, or whoever that may be, who may have knowledge to help in those areas. But I do have concerns, and I just want to know, with the excluding with litigation and employment matters, are they going to still have that ability, or will they still be considering to be going in and hearing about these litigations?
No, this closes litigation to them.
Okay.
Yeah, this was partly considering what we had discussed.
Okay, I appreciate that. Those are really my main concerns there. And it just for the other, I don't have a problem with them having access to, I mean, that helps them with their abilities to make good information. But those are the real concerns I have, and I'd like to hear from other counselors before I consider any kind of, whether I do or not. And those things, again, would be the striking of the city manager is a concern for me, that everything goes through the legal committee is a concern for me. Those are really the two main concerns that I have there. I yield.
I read through this a few times, and I struggle also with everything related to why this particular commission? Why does everything have to go? Are you going to change that to all the aging committee and everybody's got to go? All of those committees have to go through legal?
No,
I'm trying to just get an understanding of why, is there somebody got something particular in person with this, somebody got an interest in the legal, got interest in the Air Center or something everything has to go through legal. All RIC business, I don't think should go to legal. So I think the things that require legal requirements should go to legal, but the things that require infrastructure stuff should go to infrastructure. The things that require safety issues should go to safety. So I struggle with everything going to one commission, and I also can struggle and the idea of having, I think it would take longer. We got to go to legal, wait for legal to say yes or no, and if they don't like it or if they decide there's something they want to vote on, then it won't come to the people that it needs to come to and stuff like that. So I kind of struggle, and it's seeming like might take longer to get something done. I have to wait till legal handles it. I'm sure they always have a quorum, but not like the other committees. I'm sure they always have one. But there's issues. We have to wait for them to go and vote, and then they'll send it to us and to the next to infrastructure or whatever, and then go back. And so I don't like the idea of everything going to one committee. I'm not sure, especially if it's not legally related. Why do they have to hear that? Why do they have to hear that we need a janitor to mop the floor? Why does that have to go to legal and take up some time on legal when it's not a legal matter? And I'm okay with number 5, the one with neither elected officials. I like that. We had a problem with that. I had a problem with that when it was not listed, so I appreciate that. But I also I like the idea of that if we can come up with something else, but I don't know if why is there a problem with them making with the city manager? Is it because we ain't gonna have one?
Councilor Moore,
I'm just trying to ask.
No, Councilor Moore, like I said, this is drafted at the preference of the councilor who requested it. I pass no judgment as legal. That said, what I can tell you is that the vast majority of things that come through the airport do go to legal because they're contract-based.
I know leases and some of the, I get all that
Yeah,
stuff.
so again, as I told Councilor Perry, it's entirely reasonable to say through the legal committee and the city manager, that way the manager can make his own referrals or her own referrals. And then we also say the commission shall make in Part B, we would amend to add city legals and the manager as well. And that would tidy it up and allow, so every committee would get it through the manager's office, but we'd still have a direct, and speaking as the guy who has to prepare the legal agendas, this is very convenient for the legal department because, like I said, we get 10 leases from them every month. And so we do want to have a direct line for those type of things.
Yeah, I certainly understand the leases. I remember another councilman having concern about the leases running different and looking different, and I get that part, but everything, my concern is all matters. That is a word that, all and none are, some words we should be careful using. That's my concern with this resolution. Are you?
Thank you, Council Lady Moore. Councilman Opresa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm going to take this opportunity to say the same thing that I've been saying for quite a while. And that is the system that we have, committee system that we have right now is very vague. And so at this point in time, it really doesn't matter whether it goes through one committee, 2 committees, 3 committees, or whatever the case may be. That issue is going to end up here. So if we want to correct the committee system, then we need to go look at the rules of order and correct the rules of order and really spell out what each committee is responsible for, and whether that committee can send it forward to the full council, to another committee, and what have you. But in my opinion, the committee system that we have right now really doesn't mean anything, because the determination that we have right now is, even if you have a no vote at the committee level, it's still gonna end up here, regardless. And so you can send it to wherever you want to, and that committee is gonna take up an hour, 2 hours, or whatever the case may be, and sometimes it takes about an hour or more to discuss a specific issue. And in my opinion, it's all a waste of time, because you're gonna be having the same discussion here at this level than you do at the committee level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Opresa. Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, because of my concerns, I've not heard any other councilors on any contention on it, so I don't know. But I just think at this point, I still prefer the language the commission is established and authorized to make recommendations to the city council and the city manager. And then with that change, I don't think I have a problem with B, but I have a concern with B if we have it, if A is the way it is. So, and then the language I feel would need to be changed as well in number 4, the striking of "and shall forward any commission recommendations to the appropriate council committee for consideration," I think needs to be added back in again. As I look through it, those would be the only ones. So, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to amend the presented resolution to, under number 2, purpose and authority, to remove the language "through the legal committee" and add back in the language "and the city manager," to read, "The commission is established and authorized to make recommendations to the city council and the city manager." And also to be number 4, the language that has been stricken, "and shall forward any commission recommendations to the appropriate city council committee for consideration," to be added back to the language to therefore read, "The city manager or designee shall attend and participate in all meetings as an ex officio member, and shall forward any commission recommendations to the appropriate city council committee for consideration."
We have a motion to amend by assuming the clerk got the actual wording, to amend the amendment by Councilman Perry, seconded by Councilman Foster. Council Lady Best, did you want to discuss on this issue or something else?
No, sir, I'll wait.
Okay, so we have a motion. Any discussion on the motion that has been made before us? Seeing none, does anybody, if the clerk would read back the motion? Just so we can make sure everybody hears it right.
The amendment or the motion?
The amendment.
The amendment is to put the language back for item 2, and item 4 to change the language back to.
I think I can clarify. Subsection 2, Section A, shall read "to the city council and the city manager" in lieu of "to the city council and through the legal committee." And in subsection 4, shall remove the first deletion, or shall not accept the first deletion, but shall keep the second deletion. So, "and shall forward to any commission recommendations to the appropriate council committee for recommendation." Is that correct, Counselor?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay, yes.
if I may, sir, the reason for this is we are still a mayor, council with manager form of government, and I just want to caution us to, at a city our size, to continue operating that way.
Any further discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
Counselor Arnold?
No.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Foster?
Aye.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
No.
Counselor Best? No. Counselor Corn?
No.
Counselor Halverson?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Oropesa?
No.
So we have
7-3.
7-3.
Or, I'm
By
sorry,
a
3
vote
to
of-
7.
Pardon?
3 to 7.
Oh, okay, 3-7.
Yes, sir.
3-7, the motion fails.
Correct.
Okay, we're back on the bill, and so Council Lady Best.
I think my curiosity is who brought this to legal committee? Who brought this to change this all at legal committee?
I did.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further, oh, excuse me,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hildebrand.
I would like to make an amendment to 2A, that it reads, "The commission is established and authorized to make recommendations to the city council through the legal committee and the city manager. These recommendations shall concern the development and improvement of the RAC operation, facilities, lease contracts, and assets."
Okay, we have a motion to amend that, item 2, by Councilman Hildenbrand and seconded by Councilman Corn. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Perry.
I'm just trying to read the rest of this. So whose job will it be, with having both of them, whose job does it then come to with leading staff and directing staff and ensuring that the commission's recommendations go to the appropriate council committee?
Mr. Perry, pardon me, Mayor Pro Tem, the way I'd read it is that adding that language is, if the manager is getting reported to, he forwards it as necessary. That deletion in 4 is, I mean, with that addition is surplusage. Doesn't need to be in. It accomplishes a substantially similar.
Any further questions, Councilman Perry?
It's overwhelmingly obvious to me what we have here, so I'm comfortable just moving forward.
Thank you, Council Lady Moore.
So if you add the city manager back, why don't you add?
Can you turn your mic on, please?
The motion is to add, this is to Hildebrand, if the motion is to add the city manager back, or with that, why won't you add the part where it says that he'll be the one, they'll be together, be the one to bring forward to the right committee? So you're saying, we don't need that? Is that my understanding?
Right, if the counselor is getting something if the manager gets something reported to her that doesn't belong to legal, the manager can forward it to the appropriate committee, which is what occurs.
Then why can't it say that? Why does that have to be stricken then? If
Well,
they can do it anyway?
I think, for me personally, it was what the counselor proposed, but for me, it's it's excess language.
Mr. Mayor, I do have one question then.
Okay, well, we had Councilman Foster.
Well, I
first.
apologize.
Okay, Councilman Perry.
And I'm not directing this to any one person. If we just have silence, that's okay as well. But can I ask what the thought process is on why the critical importance that the recommendations to the city council are made through the legal committee? Can someone explain that to me?
Would a council like to address that, or I could address that also?
I'm sorry. What was your question again?
My question is the thought process as to why the choice was made to add those 4 words. The commission is established and authorized to make recommendations to the city council through the legal committee. So I'm needing to understand why all of these, as I see and be, all of these areas, anything that has that we're dealing with here with the airport will go through the legal committee. I need to understand that.
Well, the thought process is pretty simple. You got to have a two-way street to have communication. So just like you were out there the other day when I was there at a meeting, and that's part of the communication process. The fact that you're not on the legal committee kind of is secondary. But one of the problems that I see out there is that our leases are not very standard. Some are a year, some are 20 years. Some say you got a 30-day out. Some of them say you got 90 days to get out. And quite frankly, with all the other work that I'm seeing, and I'll yield to my chairman, we need somebody to really dig down and do some standardization with these leases and work closer with the people that are at the air center that are paying this rent. That answer your question?
Well, not really, because I would say that the leases right now that you're explaining under the governing rules of order do go through the legal committee, whereas the infrastructure portions of that do not. Where there are other areas of the airport that could very easily fall underneath the general services. There could be areas of the airport that could deal with public safety. It's not an all-in-one machine that we have there. We have a fire department down there. That is on site. There are areas of that would deal with public safety. There are areas that could be dealt with general services. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Why will everything now, according to this resolution, come through legal committee?
Well, that's just the initial stop. I mean, we're getting 80% of the stuff from out there anyway. And quite frankly, I've got a question about the fire department part of it, because we charge $1,800 to the fire fund for that. I think that's right. I may have this backwards, and it's just a shuffle of money from one pot of money to the other, and that's what I've seen in finance committee. And if you think that something needs to go to another committee, Councilor Orpace just said, well, you can move it right over there. And the way our committee structures are all set up, from this meeting tonight, if and when we get, maybe we'll see the sun come up, I don't know. Get every committee will meet before we get back to this meeting roughly a month from now. So if you want to slide stuff around, you're not going to slow up the process, because nothing can happen till you get back to the city council as a body. That's what we are here tonight, is a body. So I don't know. I just don't. I think it's how. I mean, you're the city. We're the city council. If we want to change something, by golly, let's change it. And I don't see all these boogers in a lot of this stuff. I'm sorry, because I think we're reasonable people. And if we need to step up to the plate and it needs to go to infrastructure or wherever it needs to go, I think it's going to be pointed out. I mean, I get stuff in finance from these other committees because finance needs to look at it. So, I don't know, you want to make it complicated or not complicated? If you just turn it loose, you haven't improved that part of the process. This at least gives you a starting spot to get the ball rolling if something needs to be done.
And Councilor Corn, I see it as adding an extra step in the process, adding to instead of making it firmer. That's just my personal opinion, and that's just where I stand in that. I
Well,
have concerns and reservations.
You're certainly worthy of your opinion, Counselor.
As you are as well, Mr. Corn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman Foster. Pardon? Oh, he yielded, okay, well, he's still on here, I didn't know. Council Lady Best.
Okay, since my brain is foggy and I had a fleeting moment for a footnote, and this is a question for you, him. Is there a conflict of interest if one of the counselors has written this and has a T-hanger lease? Just saying.
Under the Government Conduct Act, no.
Is that all, ma'am?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Councilman Hildebrand.
Yeah, to answer your question, Councilor Perry, I think we are reasonable people, and I would think that if something comes to some committee that doesn't belong to that committee, that chair of that committee would refer it to the right committee. And I think that's what you got to put some credibility in, is the rest of the counselors will not take an item that doesn't belong to them, and that they push it. And I go along with Council Oropesa that there's no hard, fast rules of what goes where, but be reasonable and send it to the right place to expedite it and get it done. I yield.
Seeing no further debate, let's see, would have, pardon? On Councilman Hildebrand's amendment, if the clerk could call the roll, would you like to restate it, please, first, and then call the roll?
So the motion is to read for 2A, the commission is established and authorized to make recommendations to the city council through the legal committee and the city manager. That is the motion.
Okay.
Count.
Okay, if you call the roll, please.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes on the amendment.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
Yes.
Counselor Best.
No.
Counselor Corn,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
No.
Counselor Moore,
No.
Counselor Oropesa.
Yes.
Second amendment passes 7-3.
Okay, so now we're back on, the amendment is passed, and so now we're back on the original bill. Seeing none? The amended bill.
It's as amended, correct.
So, back on the amended bill. Seeing no further debate, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Arnold,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
No.
Counselor Foster,
No.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
Yes.
Counselor Best,
No.
Counselor Corn,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
No.
Counselor Moore, Counselor Oropesa.
Yes.
5-5.
Oh. But now, can I explain my vote again?
Please do.
The council being tied 5-5, I vote yes. Mayor
Motion
votes
passes 7 to.
Thank you. I haven't got to
6.
vote very often. You know, it's one nice thing about getting to vote like that when it's 5-5. No matter what happens, I'm on the winning side. Okay, moving right along here. Consider authorizing to advertise public hearings. Public hearing on proposed ordinance 22-10, amending the Roswell City Code regarding the consumer price index of utility and sanitation system users rates. Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we advertise for a public hearing on proposed ordinance 22-10, amending the Roswell City Code regarding consumer price index of utility and sanitation system user rates.
Motion and a
Second.
Second by Councilman Arnold. If, Mr. Antrim, if you'll explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the council is aware, the city had, hopefully through inadvertence, forgotten to increase CPI adjustments that are required by law. A number of councilors have pointed out that they would like to avoid a double CPI adjustment in a short period of time. This seems quite reasonable. However, the ordinance governing this wouldn't provide for it. So this is why the ordinance went through immediately to council, so that we can, as quickly as possible, get the books changed and lawfully do it. What the ordinance does combines a few things that various councilors have told me they'd like to see accomplished. First, the consumer price adjustments for utilities will be based on inflation starting July 1 of each year. That is our fiscal year. That way there's no confusion about when things start. And for consumers, it's nice to not have a price increase right after Christmas. Similarly, the previous version of the code had with regard to water, had some language that was difficult to work with. It read indices, that water rates needed to be adjusted to indices, so plural, that are with utility maintenance. The problem is there's no such individual index, and the two indices related to utilities and to maintenance of water, which is in particular what we looked at, were catastrophically far apart in many years. For example, this year, the two indices were 33% and 4% respectively, leading to a year-on-year increase for water of about 17%, which couldn't have been the intention of the council in 2013 when this was originally passed. So we've changed it all to the standard consumer price index W, which is a very predictable, well, I shouldn't say predictable, Lord knows that inflation's been crazy, but it's a marked index that hasn't changed in decades, and it will occur every July 1st, so the beginning of our fiscal year. The final portion of this is a little insertion that says if the council ever raises prices on water, sewer, or solid waste, in a fiscal year, CPI won't attach for the next fiscal year. In other words, if you guys raise the rates next year for whatever reason, the CPI isn't going to automatically goes into remission for a year. That way you guys... My voice is powerful. But in any case, this is just an administrative nicety for you guys. So if you choose to raise rates in accordance with the rate study, which is a very different discussion, then you don't have to worry about people getting double billed. So this prohibits double billing this year. It would stop double billing in future years if you adjust anything, and it has the consumer price index that actually exists as the target. Any questions? That's all I've got.
Thank you. Is there anyone care to speak in the audience, care to speak about this, any of our directors of departments? Okay, seeing none, okay, Councilman Hildenbrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know whether this is the time to talk about it or at the public hearing. but we don't have a measurement date.
That's
You can't-
correct. So it would
You can't
be,
use July 1 and use the July 1
correct. So,
as a measurement date, so you need to put in here what the measurement date
yes.
is. Is it 60, because those numbers sometimes don't come out.
Yeah, so the way I had, so we could amend this now or later. The way I read it is that it's the CPI for the previous years that exists on July 1. So we would be using the June numbers.
But you can't put the rate in fact in, because the July 1 date, you will not know until August.
Oh, no, sorry, Council. So what I'm saying is that the July 1 date is the date we use a previous year. So we implement on July 1, which means the previous year would be June.
I think we ought to be very explicit about what we're doing here and what the measurement date is, so that everyone knows what the measurement date is, and not being just assumed.
Yep.
So we can either do that at public hearing
Or today.
Yeah. Okay.
Does anyone, you care to do it now or later's all right?
Yeah, I can just give, so the language would, for Madam Clerk, the language would say for 21-20, we would add a sentence at the end saying, CPI shall be used from shall be the annual CPI from the June previous, from the June before the implementation. Or would you prefer to have it be the July 1 and it's half dozen.
That should give you the right measurement date so that you can implement it in July.
Correct.
You won't know that number for June until sometime in July. You know that.
Yes. Well, would you?
It will be a delay.
So would you like, I guess that's what I should clarify, that would you like it to be implemented on a date certain, or would you like it from a set month?
Well, I don't know. We got 20 billing cycles in this city.
What about?
Do we not? Yeah. And so I think you need to be a specific date. You can't do it July 1 off of June numbers. Right. You just can't do it.
Okay, so so then maybe the amendment should read, implementation shall be July 1 using the most recent available annual number, which would probably default to
Probably May. It'll probably be the May number.
Right.
So your measurement is from June 1 to May 30.
Mm-hmm.
So.
So, Madam Clerk, we would have that same sentence for 20-20. We'd add at the end also for 26-101, and we'd add that sentence for subpart D and subpart 4. So it's the same sentence for all three paragraphs.
Is there, I guess we'd have to have a motion for that. And
Yes, yeah, we need a motion.
so, Councilman Hildebrand, you made that motion? Oh. Okay.
If I could just make a recommendation, I will yield to either way. I really will. But I think we're all very tired and not thinking our best right now. With your expertise in this area, I would recommend Councilor Hildebrand getting, with staff and getting a good recommendation down on paper so that at the public hearing we can make that adjustment would be my recommendation. But I will yield if somebody else wants to say something. I absolutely agree that that's perfect, but fine, but.
I will not make that.
Okay, well, all set. So we will take that under advisement that the appropriate motion be made at that time at the public hearing. Next, we have Councilman Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would also think that we could probably have legal look at it and talk about it in committee and get it fixed. Just because this is an ordinance, but they could do it during their committee meeting. There's a couple other reasons why I have that question, because there's some things that I noticed. We enacted a 14.6% increase on sanitation.
Correct.
My problem with your numbers is you don't add percentages together and get a number. If we had enacted the 5.9, then when we enacted the 8.7, it would compounded on that, and it would have been a different number. And when I looked through it, commercial and residential, I mean, it's about $23,000 a year that the city would have collected more if we did it compounding.
So I just took finance's word. I'm not an accountant.
Okay, well, when I look at it, when I looked at that 14.6, I wanted to figure out how you got it, and then when I saw you just added percentages together, it rang untrue to me, that it's not right. The other problem I have with this is, and I like the idea that if we change a rate, that it puts the CPI in stasis for at least a year. I like that idea. The other problem I had, though, is when we looked at the actual sanitation study that we got, I realized we're charging residential twice what we're charging commercial. And I don't understand why commercial gets gets the reduction. And so that's something I think we need to look at. So now my question, though, is if we change the commercial rate, do we suddenly put the CPI in stasis? Because if we fix how it's wrong, I mean, because right now we charge 4 customers $17.75 for a 300-gallon trash can. We charge a commercial $35 for that 300-gallon trash can. So the commercial gets a half rate. They're getting that whole thing when we divide the residential by 4. And so some of the things didn't make sense to me when I looked at that. And so some of those rates need to change, but I don't have a clear understanding. If we change that rate, does it suddenly put the CPI in stasis? Because it does.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So yes, the short answer is the language here is any fiscal year where rates have been increased. So it's anytime there's a rate increase that would affect it.
So if we increase the commercial side, it would suddenly put everything.
Right, but if you're increasing commercial side, you would know that the CPI was in stasis, so you would adjust accordingly.
And we'd have to increase everybody's.
Right, or not. Right?
Or not.
Yeah.
Okay. And so those are the questions that I have, that I think that if we had a discussion at legal, we could get some of that figured out.
And again, the only and this, I'll fully admit, this is a bit of a rush job. The idea is based on a number of communications from counselors. We wanted the January 1st CPI off the books as quickly as possible. And there is going to be a more substantial sanitation and water rate bill coming forward.
And so I understand that. I kind of liked the January and July, because then we don't have one big increase for our customers, but and I appreciate the thing, but I think I do want to make sure we don't rush, because we rushed with the 14.6 and we got the number wrong, and so that's where being a little more planned and at least having a committee look at it, we can get some ideas. And then we can bring it back in December, or have it come back, because this is just advertising.
Exactly. Yeah. No, the committee can absolutely address it. That's no problem.
Thank you. I yield.
Okay, seeing no further debate, we're back on, it's on your motion. No, we didn't. He didn't move on that, so we're back on the bill. We're on the bill, so seeing no further debate, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes for public hearing.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Foster?
Aye.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Korn?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Okay, next we have item 22, consider the approval of RFP 23-009, scope of work for a strategic air plan at the Roswell Air Center. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we consider the approval of an RFP 23-009 for scope of work for a strategic plan for the Roswell Air Center.
We have a motion seconded by Councilman Hildebrand, seconded by Councilman Arnold. Excuse me, Foster, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They're both gonna be mad at me now, I can tell. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
I'm okay.
Oh, Mr. Fuentes, go ahead.
Just real briefly, Mayor and Councilors, so the Air Center has been pursuing a strategic plan for the Air Center. The purpose of this effort is to focus on developing the mission, vision, goals, and plans for the next 3 to 5 years. In our proposed RFP, you will see that the recommended scope of work outlines the expectations of the planning process and deliverables to include the initial findings report, foundational plan, draft strategic plan, and the final strategic plan. Funds have not been allocated in the FY23 budget and will require a budget adjustment. During the legal committee, Councilor Hildebrand asked the question of whether this project can be reimbursed through one of the CARES money. We have 2 CARES grants, and we did reach out to the FAA, and the representative did notify us that this would qualify. So we have to front the money, and then we will submit for reimbursement. Again, the RFP has been reviewed by legal. The Airport Advisory Commission recommended 4-0, and the legal committee recommended 4-0. And with that, Mr. Mayor and Councilors, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Now, are there any questions? Seeing none, the clerk could call the roll.
Back.
This is a voice vote.
Yes.
Why do we get a voice vote now after all this stuff? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, Councilor Savino. We got you that time. All those opposed? Okay, by a vote of 10 in affirmative, none in the negative, it passes. Okay, item 23, consider the approval of a lease of the city-owned property known as Fleece Farms to Diamond Heart Farms, owned by David Pack. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the approval of a lease of the city-owned property known as Felix Farms to Diamond Heart Farms, owned by David Pack.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The proposed 10-year lease with 1 5-year extension would cost $9,025 annually. After the first year of the term, rent will be adjusted every year by 3% or CPI, whichever is greater, and provide insurance. We're asking for the 10-year term with the 5-year extension because Mr. Pack has plans to improve the irrigation system at his investment cost of $61,538.42, attached as Exhibit B. The lease renewal did have a 33% increase and is now at the current lease rate for this farmland. It went from $68.56 an acre to $95 an acre. The city attorney has reviewed the proposed lease agreement and was recommended to full city council on the October 27th meeting as a 4-0 vote. Thank you.
Okay, we have that. You have any questions? We have Council Lady Best.
Is this a cookie cutter lease, pretty much? Because I don't remember, and I probably should have remembered when we did the Tweedy Farms. The subleasing, because it says on 215, they have the right to lease. So does that mean they have the right to sublease as Felix Farms or not? It's on page 215 underneath whereas. The city is the fee owner of the property known as Felix Farms and has the right to utilize, including the right to lease, the following described real property together with improvements therein. So I think what I'm trying to say is Tweedy Farms that the Sun's leased is subcontracted to another farmer. And since I read that out loud, it made sense. I've been in a fog trying to get this done. It says that the city, I'm lost a little bit. So can they sublease this? Tweedy Farms is not allowed to, from what I understand, but they do.
I have not had Tweedy Farms in front of me yet. I do know that we were working on an RFP.
Well, you won't, because
Okay.
that was right when Steve Henderson left.
Right.
So it'll be a while before it gets back around to you.
Well, it's gonna go for RFP because it's up.
Okay.
Yep.
So I think what I'm asking, are these farms and small ranches allowed to be subleased by the people that lease them? I think that would be wrong. I think if you're leasing it, you need to be the one running it and not making the profit off of it.
Correct. That's the way that I understood it
That's
as
the
well.
way I understood it. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the council.
Yes.
So I need, I guess, an answer. Does it say that we could that they sublease this or not? On page 215.
Ms. Corn, sorry, Councilor Corn, asked the use of premises portion on page 216 provides that Diamond Heart Farm shall use Felix Farms solely for the purpose of conducting and operating its farming business, together with related purposes and no other purposes. So their business is not the business of subletting.
Okay, obviously, I'm reading it a little wrong, saying that at the very first, but, hey. I'm not gonna be against a farmer or rancher, that's just my nature, but I'm in the game for the city.
Are you referring to the first recital on page 215?
Correct.
That recital is saying that the city has the ability to rent because it is the owner.
All right, well, I'm reading it that Felix Farms has the right to sublease it, but, so I'm probably reading it wrong, sorry. I'm done.
Okay, Councilman Corn, you're done. Any other questions? Todd, if when this farmer puts that water system on there, the sprinklers or whatever that he's gonna put on there does that become the property of the city as an improvement to the, so?
Mr. Mayor, if I remember this correctly, I think the permanent plumbing that goes into the ground stays with the property. My memory serves me correctly, and I'm getting older and I've slept since then. This is probably gonna be a side row, not a.
Side roll, yeah.
And whenever he or she or whoever pulls off, they'll take the side row, but the actual pump and piping and stuff it takes to make that operate has to stay with the property.
Well,
They can't be going out there and picking up all the in-ground.
but if they have a well there, and I guess the city owns the water right there too, so if they put in a well and put in all new pipe, all that, is that stuff that's easily removable? So is that, I mean, if they can take the top, take the side roll, can they take the well pipe and the
No.
motor and everything out?
No, they can't be stripping the well.
So it says here that the well connection is not included on the bid from Wade Irrigation.
And that's
So the
why.
61,000 is strictly and only for the irrigation system that they can take with them. The valve tees installed, the pipe, the side roll that's unassembled laying on the ground. So when they're done with this after 10 years, of course, it's going to be wore out. When they're done with this after 10 years, if they leave it, it's not worth anything to us, except scrap. My opinion. And Tweedy Farms did the same thing, just out there.
Okay.
I couldn't fight the older counselors.
My point is that if that's the case and it's not worth anything, the pipe in the ground, they might ought to have to remove it.
I don't understand, remove the pipe when they get done leasing it? Or are you
Well,
gonna
the pipe-
consider
if
this?
the pipe in the ground's not worth anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, all I'm saying, I don't know, is where's, I'm just thinking about, in fair, I turn around, I look at irrigation in a different matter, I look at drip irrigation. And, one guy who's selling drip irrigation, all his equipment's gonna be taken, whatever he puts in there. But if a guy's doing a side roll, you're not taking his property. So, I mean, I just think it creates two different standards. Drip irrigation is probably cleaner and more efficient than side rolls, because we already heard about all that water that gets blown away in the wind.
Right.
And so, the drip irrigation might be,
Probably a cheaper purchase for him as a farmer.
Mr. Mayor, the answer to the question is, at the expiration or termination of the agreement, Diamond Heart shall have the right to remove all equipment installed by Diamond Heart that is removable without damage to the farm. Additionally, upon demand by the city, at Diamond Heart's sole expense, they are responsible for removing any alterations, additions, or improvements that we no longer want.
okay, never mind.
So I just don't consider this an improvement to the property. If it stays, it's an improvement. It's like BLM. If you put it down, it stays. Excuse me, Bureau of Land Management. If you put it down, it stays. Okay? So that is an improvement to the property. This $61,538.42 is not improvement to the property other than for him. It's not for the city because the well connection is not included. So that tells me the well connection may already be there, using existing culvert to cross road. So they're not having to do any dirt work either. So, I don't mean to be mean and picky, because I come from the farm and ranching facility, but they cannot claim what they're gonna use and wear out and take with them is an asset to the city of Roswell, my opinion. So does anybody interested in taking it back down to legal and reapproaching it? Okay.
Okay, Councilman Foster.
Well, as I read this, the asking of the 10-year with a 5-year extension is because of the improvement, not because of, we're not discounting, we're actually going up 33%, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're not discounting it so that he can buy it, we're just giving him a longer use because he is, so it's not that, he's not getting a better price, he's just extending his use. So we're not subsidizing his 61,000, we're just letting him use it for a little bit longer so he gets the use of that investment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so I yield.
Okay, Councilman Foster, any further comments? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve item 23, known as, it's actually pronounced Lease. As far as in the area, because it's all similar to the Felice River. It's not really the Felix. It's actually, so just so people know, if you're from southern Chaves County, down there in that boot, that's where the Felice River is, which is spelled F-E-L-I-X. But, okay. So we have, if the clerk could call the roll.
It's a voice vote.
Voice vote again? Holy smokes, now, she does like that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Thank you, Savino. And everybody else.
Yes.
Okay, next we have item 24. Consider the approval of Alameda Flats property development proposal and property acquisition for housing. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we consider approval of the Alameda Flats development proposal and property acquisition for workforce housing. This went before the legal committee on October 27th and was approved 4-0.
Second.
Thank you. I'm going to help City Council via Mr. Crozier, who contacted me this evening after hearing the public discussion on this matter, and he has respectfully withdrawn his request for the acquisition of the property. He would like to see this go through further discussion and perhaps be rolled through an RFP, since there is multiple interest in the property.
Thank you. Tell him thank you. That's a very generous comment.
I also will email the council all of the public discussion notes that were taken from Monday night's neighborhood meeting.
Thank you. Okay, so item 24 has been withdrawn. We need a voice vote to do that officially? Well, I was just giving her a chance to tell me.
No.
Okay, item 25,
Thank you.
zoning case 22-35 by 035, F plat, approving zoning case number 22-035, and the final plat for the Ruiz Stacy addition replat. It to create 8 residential lots from 4 residential lots in R3 zoning on 900 block of West Jaffa. I think that's Jaffa and Union. That's right, yeah. Mr. Mavers, oh, excuse me, Councilman Perry, would you make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and a vote of 5-0, I make a motion that we approve, well, this is a zoning case, so we probably ought to hear it first.
Yeah.
Correct?
I don't believe so. I believe you can go ahead and make your motion.
I
And
think we're all so tired right now, trying to remember where we are even.
Okay, do we have a second?
Well, wait, Mr. Mayor.
Did-
Mr. Itema, do we need to hear?
What you could move is to adopt, so it's a plat, so there's really no
Okay,
mechanism to
you're-
challenge
You're
it.
correct. Yeah.
So what do you do?
You're correct.
You would move to
No.
adopt what the findings were from the planning and
I
zoning.
agree. I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the zoning case 22-035, the F plat, final plat for the Ruiz Stacy addition replat to create 8 residential lots from 4 residential lots in the R3 zoning district, 900 block of West Jaffa on the southeast corner of Jaffa Street and Union Avenue.
Is that Councilman Foster again? Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone in the room that cares to speak for or against this? Anyone care to speak for or against it on the TV? Okay, so questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, you want a voice vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? By a vote of 10 in the affirmative, none in the negative, it is duly passed. Next, we have, item 26, allocate funding for the animal services to meet the Mexico administrative rules for operating a shelter, animal shelter. Councilman Corn.
Counselor Corn.
All right. I move that we adopt, come on, Mayor, lighten up over there. We adopt additional personnel to bring our animal services up to the New Mexico administrative rules standard.
Second.
And a couple things, Mr. Mayor, there's a letter to the editor in the newspaper thanking the Finance Committee for its extra personnel. and also $325,000. We don't have any dollar amount with this right now. And there's two real simple explanations, things that you need to know. One, the 325 would have been based on a full year, and we're already at mid-year on the budget cycle. And number two, we don't have anybody hired yet. So we know that it's going to cost us something, and we just don't know how much, but it's a manageable amount, in my view. And the other thing I'd like to point out, Mr. Mayor, a couple of meetings ago, Animal Services having a hard time keeping people. They're at 33% turnover rate. And I don't know if this is going to help or hinder. You just don't know. But we can certainly strive to get up to the minimum state standards. And I guess Mr. Matthews has something else to say.
We have a motion, and it's by Councilman Corn and a second by Councilman Perry. Mr. Matthews, would you care to?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I was going to go through it really fast, but now I'm not. I think it was pretty much covered there. As Councilor Corn said, the 325 was to fund these 5 kennel worker positions and a new animal control officer for in-house operations for a full year. Obviously, we're approaching the mid-year point. Obviously, if this is approved, we'll start advertising immediately, but we've been having a difficult time finding kennel workers at this point, so but we're going to do our best to try to get them. It did go through public safety and was approved 4-0, and we took it to finance committee, and it was also approved 4-0 with these changes here to address the funding issue at mid-year budget. So be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. So we have here, is there, I know Ms. Edwards was here earlier and spoke. Is there anyone else, or if she'd like to add anything else? Since you sat here all night, you ought to have the opportunity to say anything if you'd like. So if you ladies would like to say anything? Anybody else like to say anything? For it or against it? Okay, so now we have Councilman Arnold. Council Lady Arnold.
Thank you. I just actually needed a little bit of clarification. So I was actually in attendance at the finance meeting, and I remember it specifically was stated that it would be, of course, half a salary, and we would post positions because you're not going to lock away that amount of money. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We're not going to lock away.
Because what this says tells me differently.
Right. The original recommendation to public safety was for the 325. That's why I left that on there. Coming out of the finance committee, it was to not fund anything, and we would address that at mid-year because it would be half that 325 for a half a year. So that's when it would be, the financing would be addressed for these positions.
Well, the reason because the information in front of me tells me that you're going to actually store away $325,000. And so that's why I want to make sure if I pass my vote that that's not actually the action that's going to happen, because that's not what I'm reading.
No, ma'am. And the motion I believe Councilor Corn made was that even though I don't believe he said address it at mid-year, but there would be no funding associated with this. We'll deal with that at mid-year.
Okay.
So no, ma'am, we're not going to bank $325,000.
I just wanted to clarify. I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am.
you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
As further explanation, Mayor, if I could, we know we've got a liability out there, but the 325 was enough to fund it, the positions for the full year. We're already at mid-year, so as Mr. Matthews just explained to you, half of that, and we don't have them hired yet. We don't even have them advertised yet, so we'll take care of it in February, January, February, whenever, if we can keep our treasurer and our finance guy from being at the airport and our treasurer from being homesick, we'll get it done. But it's a liability that we're aware of. We're going to deal with it.
Thank you. Next, we have Council Lady Moore.
I just kind of question, Mr. Mayor and everyone. My question is, what is going on that we cannot keep workers there? I didn't know we were fully funded, and I mean everybody was there. We had plenty. We had the 2 and everything, and then all of a sudden, the main lady go and everything is going to pot. So I'm just kind of wondering Did something happen that we weren't aware of, or
Councilor
why is
Moore,
the turnover so high now?
my only explanation of that, it would be because we have the similar issues in many of our departments. These are the entry-level type positions. People don't stay in these. I mean, obviously, they're cleaning dog kennels all day long. We find some good people, and we keep them for a period of time, but we go through a lot of people in these positions. 33% turnover there. We've had 100% turnover in the water billing department over the last year. A pretty high turnover rate at the recreation department, but a lot of those are temp jobs, seasonal jobs, so people's coming and going. So we go through a lot of employees. I think at one time, last number I heard, we lose about 25% of our employees each year. Turns over.
Okay, my other question is, what are you gonna do differently since we having trouble getting people there already? We're already short, so how? The conversation is killing me. It's annoying to me, they're having sidebar conversation when someone is speaking. I feel like that's kind of disrespectful when it's loud, when I can hear them in my mic. I apologize, that wasn't nice, but do you have a plan for filling these positions? I know funding them, I understand that, I don't have no problem with it, I know we need them, but are y'all gonna come up with some type of plan to able to get somebody in those positions if you can't fill the ones we already have? How are you gonna get 5 more or 4 more, whatever?
So what we'll do, we'll set up a meeting now. If it's approved, if this passes with our Public Relations Department, we'll review additional advertising things. What can we do? Get more Facebook ads. We'll get the word out. We have the same issue with CDL drivers in our street department, our sanitation department. We're always struggling trying to keep those positions filled. But I will set up a meeting with Ms. Jennings next week with our animal control people and start working, if this passes, and working through those advertisings to get it out. And we're also having a job fair with the EDC coming up. I don't remember the date. Mr. Espiritu could tell us, but we have a job fair coming up at the Adult Center here in the next couple weeks, I believe. And so we'll have a table there also hiring for city positions.
Do y'all get volunteers at the animal shelter?
They're actually working on a volunteer program. One of our rescue groups now is putting together, they're supposed to submit something to me on a volunteer program. We actually have a group coming in, and I do not remember the dates of this either, in the next couple of weeks, that's going to do a free evaluation of our kennel. We'll spend 2 to 3 days in the facility. They have full access to it. They're going to look at all our policies, procedures, operations of the entire facility. And I told them I wanted to know what was good, what was bad, and what was ugly. So they'll give me a written report on that, and we can make adjustments accordingly.
Thank you. I'm in favor of this. I just want to make sure that, that we can be able to find the people. And
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Moore, I agree with you, finding with the plan to find people and to keep people there. But I remember at the public forum that we had several months ago,
yes, sir.
It was requested, and I thought it was agreed to, but we put these 5 additional employees on. Will we be changing the hours so that the public can be there? It was requested that we be open until 6 o'clock in the evening, and I think it was requested, I don't know what our Saturday hours are, but will this alleviate the public's concerns so that they can get there after their normal working hours, and that we're going to accommodate the citizens of this community?
I give you my word, I'm going to do everything in my power to get the staff on board, adjust our hours, review the entire operations of it, and that's part of what this group that's coming in is going to tell us where we need to make adjustments at. You're absolutely right. I want to see the shelter open on Saturdays. I want to see the landfill open longer on Saturdays. There's several things within the city I think we can adjust and tweak, and I'm looking forward to having those conversations. But to answer your question, yes, sir, that is our plan. Our desire is to be open and longer, not only on Saturdays, but longer in the evenings. We used to be open till 6 o'clock. I'd like to get back to that, so if people do lose their animals, it gives them a chance to gives them an hour to get off work and get there before 6 o'clock to reclaim their animal. I was a victim of that. Mine got out, couldn't get him till the next day. So that is a desire.
So do we have the ability now to go ahead and change the hours before hiring these additional folks, that we could stay open until 6 o'clock to accommodate the citizens?
I would have to get with the Animal Control Supervisor and Mr. Burris. I know we just opened up this last week back on Saturdays because staffing shortages.
Right.
And Saturdays was our lowest, the information I got was the slowest time of the week, so that was why we chose that day to be closed on. But we just started opening back on last Saturday.
Yeah, but could we alter our opening time from, well, I don't know what time we open now.
8 o'clock, is it 8? Here's Nicole. She can answer that better than I can.
So currently, we just hired our kennel worker, so we are fully staffed at this point. It's always been a goal of mine to stay open, later extend the hours to be open more to the public. I think once we get our new kennel worker acclimated, trained, because if we stay open, we have to have a kennel worker there longer as well, in the front office, possibly an officer, stay there longer as well. So once we can get him, retain him, keep him, train him, the kennel worker, I mean, I do believe we will be able to extend the hours. Feasible without, and for you, Counselor Lady Moore, the job is grueling. It's very labor intensive. So one of the guys that we lost was 65 years old, took a toll on him. So I think once we get these guys, that kind of hurts the turnover. Once we get them acclimated, I think that it is a very reasonable and feasible thing to do fairly quickly. I just don't know when, probably before January would be nice, but that way we can get them and keep them, and then we'll get it going.
What are our current hours that you're open
8 to 5. 8 to 5.
8 to 5? Could
yes,
we modify 9 to 6?
We could, if we could get our guy trained, I'd ask for a little bit of.
With your current staff, could you modify 9
Not
to
currently,
6?
no. I don't feel comfortable with that now. Give me a few weeks to get our new kennel worker trained, because somebody's gonna have to stay. Do you see what I'm saying? So maybe a few weeks, I think it could happen. Totally.
Yeah, well, I think that was a commitment that was made to the citizens, that we would stay open till
Oh, yeah,
at least
totally.
6, so that, man, and that's why I'm saying, well, you know, you're 8 to 5, well, 9 to 6 is the same time frame, so that if you could use your current staff, maybe that person comes in not at 8, they're coming in at 9.
Right.
And whether you could accommodate people, and especially during the holidays, you might be a little busy over there, maybe people are gonna,
Well, we would welcome being busy as far as people wanting animals. We would
yeah,
welcome
we
that,
may,
so.
you may have some animals go
Yep.
out as Christmas presents, so.
Yes, sir, and we cater to them. If anybody reaches out and says, can you stay open a little bit later, we definitely cater to people. We have been, while we've been short-staffed. So, I mean, we're totally all for trying to get these animals out to good homes or back to their owners. So it's definitely something that we will make exerted efforts to happen quickly.
Yeah, well, I would just ask that we could accommodate that, and you could look at changing the schedule, maybe the work schedule, some folks, to get this thing open till 6 o'clock, because I think we've heard enough people say that they need that. So if we need to alter how we're doing our operations, I would ask that you look at that and report back. Thank you.
Council Lady Hildebrand, Alverson, I'm sorry.
I just want to thank Mike and Jim and Sammy and Anna and all the groups and the animal control staff, because we are moving forward, things are improving, and when the best friends come in and do an assessment, we'll have a better idea of what needs to improve. And I also want to encourage people, take care of the pets you have, you know, go adopt a pet, stop breeding, you know, because there's so many animals and they're still putting animals down because they just keep picking them up. So people need to take care of the pets they have and then go adopt them and stop breeding. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Can you come up to
Excuse
the
me.
microphone, please? And state your name and address.
My name is Suri Sapadaka, and I reside at 3111 Notting Hill. And the only statement that I have is that the shelter does not close at 5. They will lock their doors at 4:45, no questions asked, and you will not be allowed in. So being open till 5 is even just, I know it's 15 minutes, but if somebody gets off, you know, early from work at 4:30 and they're closing at 4:45, that still gives them no time to get in there and reclaim their animals or even work on anything. So the whole closing at 5 is not actually how they're doing it.
Thank you for
Thank
that
you.
information. We'll work on that. Mr. Matthews, work on that, please. Okay, any further comments? Okay, voice vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Oh, thank you. Opposed? Okay, by a vote of 10 in the affirmative, none in the negative, it's, has duly passed. Next is consider the, item 27, consider the approval and cost estimates for purchase and purchase order for services to Tri-West Fence for the repair and installation of fencing netting at sports fields. Councilman Corn.
Your mic, please.
You're such a worrywart over there. I want you to guess what I said when you're doing the minutes, that I can correct you. Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the purchase order of services for Tri-West Fence. This is to do four ball fields, and it's a maintenance issue. It's not build new stuff, it's try to fix some safety items, and the money's coming out of the Recreation M&R Ground Sports League. And I'll yield.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Councilman Foster. And, yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name's Justin. I'm with the Facilities Maintenance Department and the city's project manager. And I'm presenting this on behalf of the folks from the Recreation Department. The City Council is asked to consider approval of the cost, estimate, and purchase order for services by Tri-West Fence for the repair and installation of fencing and netting at the sports fields. Sports tourism initiative began in 2020 with the hopes of bringing in different avenue of tourism to Roswell. With COVID out of the way, leagues started up again and requests for tournaments began to filter in. In order to bring these tournaments to Roswell, league presidents and staff did thorough walkthroughs of the sports fields and noted needed repairs, improvements, and upgrades. Staff began working on a 5-year plan to improve fields, and the monies are currently budgeted in the Recreation M&R Sports League line item. So the 4 fields, we have Joe Bauman for $41,359.99. For Noon Optimus, $100,436.98. For Poe Corn, $75,072.06. And for Randy Willis, $69,650.09, for a total of $296,519.12. We ask that you consider approval of the cost estimate and purchase order for the services by Tri-West Fence for the repair and installation of fencing and netting at the sports fields. Finance Committee recommended approval 4-0 at their meeting on November 3rd, 2022. And I will stand for any questions.
Okay, Councilman Orpesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a bit of a problem with this request. And mainly because it is a sports tourism initiative for a cost of over $250,000. But before I address or make my comments, I do want to say that in no way, shape, or form do I mean to disrespect any city department employee or employees. And I apologize ahead of time if any employee or employees feel that I have offended them with my comment. But in my opinion, this is an item that I would characterize as a luxury item and not a necessity item at this time. I believe the city overall has been very successful with tourism industry that we currently have, and sports tourism is really an unknown at this time. In your opinion, and I know you're new, I thought Juanita or Sarah Bradley would be the ones making the presentation. But in your opinion, and disregarding the pandemic months, is our regular city tourism industry suffering?
I don't have any information that
I
speaks to
thought you
that. I'm
wouldn't.
sorry. I'm with the maintenance department, but I will say that the fencing was chosen first for safety
Excuse me.
reasons.
Juanita would like to say something to that.
Oh,
Thank you.
All right, okay. If we could, Ms. Jennings, would you like to respond?
Sure. I think our tourism industry in Roswell is vital to a lot of our businesses, and I think a sports tourism aspect will really help to improve the opportunities for our local business. Not only is this a sports tourism, but it's also a safety. You have leagues that utilize these fields year-round.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask who's on the phone?
That's Juanita.
Oh, Juanita. Oh, I'm sorry.
This is, yes, sorry about that. This is Juanita Jennings.
So, you know, and I'm gonna I'm gonna base my statement on an article that was written by the Roswell Daily Record. And according to the article, the UFO festival had an economic impact, I think it was over $2 million. Is this correct? Juanita, do you remember the article?
Uh-huh, I do. Yes, sir.
And is the economic impact, is that a true statement that it was over $2 million?
Based on the data and the information that we have utilizing the calculator that the New Mexico Tourism Department provides, yes.
Okay. And so the question that I have, in your opinion, and this is directed at Juanita, if this item is denied tonight or postponed for 2 to 3 months or the next budget cycle, will it have such a devastating effect on the sports tourism industry?
Yes.
Can you explain why?
Well, right now, those fields are not in the safest capacity for play. So the city would have bigger risk for those that are playing, and that's part of the concern. Not only is it sports tourism, but I think we have an obligation to ensure the safety of the children that are playing on those fields. And that's what the netting and fencing will do. For our current leagues that are playing, not only for sports tourism, but our regular kids of Roswell.
Okay. And I agree that we should take action in fixing or addressing the issues with sports fields. However, I also know that we have some other issues that, in my opinion, are more of a priority than the fields. You know, I've been talking about, or we have been talking about securing property for the possible expansion of our wastewater plant, I don't know, the last 4 or 5 years, maybe even longer than that. And in my opinion, we need to have the property secured for when that time comes. And I don't know what kind of money we're talking about as far as the property. But we do know that at some point in time, we're gonna have to secure property for the possible expansion. And I was just made aware this week that the lease for the building that houses the Parks Department will end at the end of this year. So they are in the process of moving to the old airport building that the police department currently uses. And there is a lot of different material there that the police department will have to move to the other location. I know this will be time consuming as well as quite expensive, which I will venture to say that this expense is not one that was budgeted in this year's budget. And the Parks Department has a number of expensive equipment that they need to make sure are secured. And in order to secure all their equipment, it is obvious they will need to construct some type of fencing around the perimeter of the new location. And again, I would venture to say this is not an expense that was budgeted for in this budget cycle. I would like to ask Mr. Burris, if I could, just to get his opinion about how much money are we talking about, because I know the building itself needs a lot of work to restructure it to where the Parks Department can use it, and I know the building, I mean, the location will need I don't know what size fence, 8 foot, whatever the requirement is, to build a fence, and I'm sure it's not going to be the regular fence that we use for other facilities.
Well, it looks like a 6-foot fence, 9 gauge. We need about 1,500 foot of fence, 59,567. This is an estimate.
$59,000 for the.
Yeah, for a fence. It's just a chain link fence.
And do you have an estimate about how much it's gonna take to redo the building to?
No, not yet, but we're working on it, and we were kind of kicking around the idea what kind of fence we actually need to put around that equipment. You know, we've talked about a 6 or 8 foot solid metal fence, or an 8-foot chain link fence with slats in it, but then that's hard for the police department to see through. And if we just put a regular chain link fence around there, it's gonna be a little unsightly. So we're still working through the process of how much it's gonna cost to update the building inside and may possibly extend the building itself so we can just lock up the equipment and you can't see it. So right now, the only price we have is about 60 grand to put in a chain link fence.
Okay, and I guess my question would be either to Mike or to Juan. What does our money situation look right now that would we be able to help the park department? Because there seems more like we need to do it like today.
Okay.
For them to be able to move in and be operational and not have to worry about the equipment being stolen or damaged in some way.
Right. Okay, well, thank you for the question, and I figured this would come up over the building that the Parks Department currently is in. So I received information about a week and a half ago from the owners of the representative of that building that our lease was coming up, and we had the option by December the 15th we can have it appraised, and then we can put in a sealed bid, but there was 2 other companies or 2 other individuals interested in that building. I looked at it from a practical standpoint. We don't need another building right now. I would love to have it, don't get me wrong. It's a very nice building. And I'm just guessing ballpark, I would figure that building will probably sell between $500,000 and $800,000, just a guess. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Currently, the police department is moving out of Cielo Grande. They will be out by December the 15th. We have to be out of that building by January the 15th. If we do not bid on it, and even if we bid on it, we have to be the successful bidder. We have to be the high bidder, so there's no guarantees. So I've instructed the police department to be out of that building by December the 15th, and they will be out of that building. We will now move Parks Department to Cielo Grande, where I personally believe they should have been all along, because that's our 2 biggest parks are right there. Parks Department, them guys come in the morning, they get their equipment, and then they're gone. Nobody's in that building during the day. It's a storage facility for the equipment during the night. We still have our property on 12th Street. The building has a leaky roof. I'm not talking about using the building, but we have the yard. We can still put equipment inside that yard. I wanted to have a longer conversation, but this got to me too quick about, because that building is in such a high visibility location, I want some discussion on the type of fence that we put around it. I don't want it to look like a prison ground. I don't want it to look like, when you drive by, you can see all the park equipment, tractors and bags of fertilizer and everything right in the middle of the park. I wanted to have the conversation with General Services on when we put a fence up over there, what's it gonna look like? So is there expenses? Yes, but for the immediate, we have facilities, I don't think it'll cost us very little to get moved into these locations. The PD garage, that was funded. They're making those changes, they're getting ready to move that equipment over. The PD has to move that. We cannot touch that evidence. As far as our equipment from the Parks Department, we'll get, if we have to have help from streets or whatever, I know they're already moving some things out to other locations, but we'll get the help to get them in so that we can vacate that building over there. I just didn't feel like, and I made that decision based on conversations I've heard in finance and different places, I wasn't going to take a chance of trying to add another cost for another building that we didn't absolutely need right now. Nice to have, we didn't have to have it. We got buildings that we can use right now. So that was the reasoning behind that. I believe we can make these adjustments, have a better conversation with prices on fence, have a better conversation with General Services on what you would like that to look like out there, other than just a prison fence in the middle of Cielo Grande, in between Cielo Grande and the Recreation Center. So that was my thoughts. I hope I answered your question.
Sure. I still don't feel that the sports initiative, in my opinion, is a priority at this point in time, at least for me. And so, so with that in mind, I would like to move to postpone this item to be considered in the fiscal year 2024 budget.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, and councilors, one thing I would like to just point out that this item here before you, as noted in the abstract under financial consideration, is coming out of the Recreation Fund, which is a special revenue fund. The issue that has been brought before you right now from Parks is a general fund issue. So the funding that has been identified for the field improvements is in the Recreation Fund. It's a separate funding source. I just want to bring that to your attention because just by the discussion, if the thought was that reallocation of this money, it's a separate funding source in its own. Just wanted to bring that to you all's attention.
But we've been known to move monies from one budget to the other one, right?
Mr. Mayor and councilors, Councilor Oropesa, again, and that ultimately is a policy decision for you all, but I just want to mention that for the recreation, for the purpose of the Recreation Fund is for those specific purposes. Now, what we're hearing here before you is more of a facility type project. Again, it would be up to the council. But I just wanted to make you all aware that we're talking about a very specific funding source for the improvements at the fields that was for that particular purpose. It is for that purpose, and it is its own separate fund.
But you didn't answer my question, though. We have been known to move monies for specific projects from different budgets to different budgets, correct?
Mayor and Councilor Oropesa, the council has moved funds from different funds. However,
Okay.
I will say this, that I would lean on legal to look at the ordinance that dictates what that money can be used for, because there was a special tax allocated for recreation. I just don't want to say a blanket, yes, you can take recreation fund money and move it for a general fund project. It would require a little bit more research for me to give you a more comfortable answer on that question.
And I guess that's the reason that I'm making the motion to postpone this item for the next budget cycle to look at those kind of things, whether it's possible or I'm not a financial person, so I don't know whether, what can be done, but that's the reason or the purpose for my motion.
If I may, I do want to note that part of the reason this is before us is partly sports tourism, but also we've had neglected field maintenance on our fields for our current leagues. So while postponing is on the table, I would like to caution against it because I think we've been postponing year after year. And now that we have money allocated in a budget line item, I think it would be beneficial to consider it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Oropesa. We have Councilman Foster. I had you down for the. Oh, to postpone it, I'm sorry. So we have a motion to postpone by Councilman Oropesa. I did not hear a second. Is there a second? Is there a second? The motion dies for lack of a second. Okay, so we're back on the original motion then to approve this. And I had, was that the end of your questions?
No,
Oh, okay, Councilman Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I know when this came through finance and I looked down and saw 75,000 for Pocorn and I knew there's not a league using it right now. There were some issues you brought up and I just wanted.
There are kids still practicing there. The fences are falling apart to the point now where we've got metal sticking out at kid face height and kid hand grab spaces around the poles and around the fences on the outside where kids play. There's trip hazard on the fence themselves. So at every field, there's issues like that where somebody could get hurt on it. And that's why we chose the fencing first, was because of the safety aspect of it.
So in your recommendation that we either are, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my statement would be if we don't put the $75,000 in Pocorn, should we leave that fencing up or just take it down?
Well, I think you would then at that point reduce, the kids wouldn't be able to play there. I don't think taking it down.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
We would ruin that part of town in terms of sports for that side of town for kids.
I know, but I'm just saying, safety-wise, if we don't make this improvement, do we leave a liability out there for kids to get hurt?
No, sir.
So that's my statement, is we either make this improvement or we take the fields out, because there's not a current league using it. And so that's where I would be, I move that, I mean, I am for this, and that's why when it came through finance and you explained that to me, I was like, I'm all for that. I sit on the board for the Boys and Girls Club, which is right next to Pocorn, and yes, I want them to be able to play on it, but if I had any savings, I knew we don't have a league there yet. Hopefully we get one back. But we do need this for our kids' safety, and that's where I think that we need to just go ahead and move forward with it. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilor Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find it very interesting that all four of these fields just disintegrated all at once, and they all have to be fixed at the same time. Are some of these, could they just be repaired with chain link fencing? We don't have to put new fencing into every field?
That's essentially what we're doing.
So, this is not wrapping the whole field?
No, sir.
This is just
No,
a
sir.
repair
This is
job?
just the infield and the bullpens and around where the kids sit behind the bench.
Yeah, because it's not really clear in here what, or at least it's not clear to me.
And I'm sorry, but no, it's utilizing the same poles in a lot of places. In Pocorn specifically, all the same poles are there. We're not removing any of the structure of it. We're just replacing the wire itself.
But all the wire fence needs to be replaced? It's every one of those fields, the wire fencing is?
In the areas that we've noted, we're only doing the infield. We're not going around the outside fields. We're doing only the indoor where the kids are around.
Okay.
And it's, now years and years of use, so we've got kids climbing on it, throwing balls and kicking
Right.
at it. And then now we've got to the point where it is dangerous around the whole thing.
Yeah, so we're just doing we're not doing the exterior, we're just doing the interior fencing and repair?
That's correct.
Okay, that clarifies it for me then. Thank you.
Hey, Council Lady Halverson.
Just real quick, I'm a firm believer in, wants and needs, and it sounds like, I guess you said these repairs are needs. But I also know that the fence around Cielo Grande needs to be there too to protect the city's equipment. And I guess, Juan, you explained it, you can't change the funds like that, so we just need both. I don't know how.
Mr. Mayor
Gorin,
and
please.
Councilor Helverson, so what I said is that there's a specific purpose and use for the funds that are deposited in the recreation, and without looking at the language of the ordinance that set aside that money, I couldn't be comfortable saying whether money can be moved. Historically, that money has been used for recreation. Now, the parks is under the general fund, and that would be a matter that would have to be taken before the Finance Committee, and obviously something that I would have to visit with Janie as well. I believe if those are the final numbers, we'll have to look at them. We are looking at doing a financial review quarter, so that would be something that could be presented to the Finance Committee.
Because it sounds like these repairs need to be made for the health and safety of the kids. So more for, I'm with Juan with the sports tourism, I think, but the health and safety of our local kids is important. So I'm okay with this.
Thank you. Seeing no further debate, I might just, now, this is the devil's advocate. So, one of the things that we've been struggling with is in our TSA is the gun range at the airport. Now, we were told that the staff at the airport has all the fence to go from and take that gun range out of the airport proper. So, I mean, that's, out of the airport operations area. So, I don't know if where we are now, if we stop the use of that facility, period, by anybody, if that fence that would then be available, we have to see, but if that fence that might be available, which would be enough fence to probably go around the building over there where you're gonna put the equipment. I don't know, I'm just saying, supposedly we already have all the fence and the pipes. I don't know what that does with anything else, but we might look at that, about where we go with the TSA and that rec. Probably not gonna be able to do that, but I would just say it is there and to look at. And the other question I have is, any of this fence that you're looking at taking down salvageable?
Yes, it could be, yes.
Well, I mean, is it all 6-foot fence or is it 8 foot?
Some of it is up to 20 foot, and so some of the fields have, over the years, patched it, so we've got regular chain link up to, in some cases, up to 8 foot, and then chicken wire on top of that. So parts of this would also be making those fences effective. I mean, if you catch a line drive through a piece of really old chicken wire, it's coming through the fence. So a lot of that was to fix all those things as well, but we've got up to 18 feet.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is that I don't know, there's an awful lot of money in that thing, and I don't know if you need 6-foot fence around Mr. Burris's facility or what, but I'm just saying, you might look and see what's available. I know around, I know at Pocorn that the whole backstop, that whole area was put in by, the city came back and put it in, but all that stuff back there had been replaced by Desert Sun Motors and in the last 4 years or something. So I know that was there because they paid for it. Desert Sun paid for it all. So That just might be something else to look at. Okay, seeing no further comments, seeing none. We have a motion by Councilman Corn, seconded by Councilman Foster, right? So, okay, so, motion to approve the purchase order and for the services with Tri-West Fence Company for repair and installation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
We have 1 nay and 9 yeas. Okay, next, is there anybody left in the public that would like to participate?
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Councilman Corn, I know you expressed some frustration a few minutes ago about being told what to do over here. Would you like to make a motion to reconsider on item 17? Maybe we could reconsider the vote on item 17 if you feel like you were offended.
You're gonna make me look it up? I already packed up, Mayor. I'm ready to go home.
Item 17, it's nothing, it's just where we considered the appointments of positions here.
Oh, that one. Yeah, maybe we ought to look at that again. No, we're good, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right.
She's trying to keep you lined out, and that's important.
Seeing no more public participation, any department reports? Any boards and commission reports? Any future agenda items? Any adjournment? We're adjourned. Thank you all very much. You know, this is the first time that we've started a meeting with the interim clerk and ended up with a real clerk.